days ahead of us, lots of expertise, lots of knowledge to share, and hoping that you all have a really successful time, share lots of knowledge, make new connections, and head out with new skills. So thank you again, and enjoy the next 2 days, and I'll hand over to Alex for all the housekeeping business. Thanks.
Thanks, Sally. Welcome, everyone. My name's Alex Tabono. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making the effort to come to the 2021 Cape York Fire Forum. I've just got a little bit of housekeeping. This is a COVID-safe event, so try to do the social distancing thing when we're 160 in a room. There's sanitizer bottles, wash your hands, sanitizers throughout the venue. Fire exits, there's one on either side of the stage, and at the back, muster points in the car park. Toilets are through the hallway from the foyer or through these side doors. There's an additional bathroom upstairs where at the top of the stairs. Workshop sessions will either be in this room, or there's 2 rooms at the top of the stairs. The one at the top of the stairs called the Jardine room, and there's another, the Palmerston room, which is down the hallway on the right. That's relevant this afternoon when we have our workshop sessions. We'll be splitting up into 3 different areas. Just with the registrations that you were all prompted to do as you came in, there's still a few people who haven't registered for the workshop, so at morning tea we'll have a list of names pinned up on the entrance door, and if you can't find your name, just catch one of the Cape York NRM staff and they'll give you a hand registering for the workshops. It's probably now the time to check your phones, pop them on silent, just out of respect for all the presenters and each other. But you will need them at some point. You'll notice on your tables there's been lots of QR codes around. It's just our attempt to try to reduce the amount of paper. So if you scan those QR codes, you'll get a copy of the program with the agenda and the workshop descriptions. And there's also one that we'll look at tomorrow just for evaluating, getting some of your feedback about the event. Just for the presenters, we'll be having a bell when you've got 1 minute to go. We've got a lot to fit in today, so we'll just try to keep on track. And yeah, there's lots of great presentations. And thanks again for all the presenters and the workshop facilitators. It's hopefully going to be a good couple of days. So yeah, now I'd like to welcome some of the 2 of the Cairns Traditional Owners. First we have, do we have Guju here at the moment? Okay, looks like he might not have arrived. Oh, g'day Guju. Guju, how you going? Thanks for coming. So Guju is a representative of the Gimoi Wurrubra Yadinji Traditional Owners, and we also have Gavin Singleton, who's a representative of the Yadinji Traditional Owners, just to welcome us here and say a few words. So thank you very much. Thanks very much. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, just like to welcome everybody here, which I'm my leg no good, I'm not going to jump up there. But just like to welcome everybody here on behalf of my mob, Gimoi Wurrubra Yadinji people. So like I say, Bilangaran Yundu, Bilangaran Yundu Bimbi. On behalf of my father, welcome to the country, Bilangaran Yundu Hilinyaran. On behalf of the Yadinji elders as well, welcome to the country. Buri. So today, you're walking on country and meeting on country, and you'll actually be talking about fire and fire management. Fire management, I suppose, is a big part, especially in Yadinji, and especially with Yadinji stories, and when we talk about stories. And it's good to see Tableland mob there, Gambir mob with Jai and them. So, but also to see everybody. So I just like to welcome all the mob here from all different parts of the country, and just like to say that these fellas do a good job on country and manage country, and that's one of the things, I suppose, with managing country is country needs people, and most of our mob aren't working on country, and and I suppose that's where government's slowly shifting and changing their mind about, they need bama on country. So, so when you're walking around on country, you know country and country know you, and it's one of the things I suppose you learn when, you're actually walking around on country. But also I'd like to acknowledge our brother Davey there as well, so Turpin, or Tablan Yadinji Mawajanbara. But all other mobile farm country as well, so whether you're from Lockhart, whether you're from up around, Cooktown area, my grandmother's country, which is in around the Starkey River, Munbury area. I'm Junjawara, and on behalf of my other grandmother, who was taken away, and they both were taken away off country, and she is Kukanyunkul, so from around the Rossville area. My dad's country is the country I'm standing on now, which is Yadinji. My mother's country is Kunganji, which is over at Yarrabah. I was brought up in Yarrabah, lived in Yarrabah at a time when we weren't allowed to even come into Cairns. We had to get a permit. For 7 years of my life, I was a flora and fauna. So, when we talk about country and how we look after country and manage country, we were taken off country. So when you look at Cairns and Cairns City, we traditionally know as Gimoy. Whitefella's only been here for the past 145 years. That's not too long. The rest of Australia, when you're looking at around Sydney, that's 250 years. But here in Cairns particularly, Whitefella's only been here for 145 years. I want to put it into perspective for you, because the thing is when you're talking about people on country and people taken off country, if my dad was alive today, he'd be 96. So when you put that into perspective, but his oldest sister, if she was alive today, she'd be 120. So she saw some of them white fellas come here. And they would have been here on country for only 25 years. Now my grandfather, who was a lawman, he was Mayara Yadinji, Nyalan. He was born on this country. He did many ceremonies on this country in and around Cairns. But when he was born, no white fellas was on this country. So my grandfather used to walk around on country here in Cairns before white fellas came. And my great-grandfather was born before even Cook started coming up this area. So when you look at that, especially in the 90s, because when you look at Yarrabah was founded in 1898 and took our people off country and put them over on Yarrabah. It was like a detention center. A lot of people don't see it as that. But you can't name it anything else because we had to get a permit to leave. I remember my mum and dad, we overstayed our stay because my grandmother used to live in Cairns because she wasn't allowed to come over to Yarrabah. And we overstayed our stay here in Cairns by 1 day, mind you. And they locked me and my mum and dad and all my whole family up, so 8 kids, just for missing the boat. So when you talk about being back on country, and Cairns was only 145 years, when you look at some of the Cape communities, like Kawanyama, Hopevale, even up to Lockhart, Mapoon, most communities only seen white fellas in the last 100 years. So when you look at that and put it in perspective, you can see that our mob was taken off country, not allowed to work on country. Well, it's good to see that our mob are on country now, but we need more people on country. And in this room now, it's great to see mob. But I also like to pay respect to Jabagai mob as well, because my great-grandmother was Jabaganji. But all the mob from around here, whether you're Nachan as well, Yegai, and Yadinji, Mamawanji mob, Jitabal mob, whether you're Kukuyoi mob, like, hey, big congratulations to you mob too, you got country back. It's like Yadinji mob too, you got country back, which is really good. So, it's a good celebration to see you mob here and all the mob here. But I just like to say thank you, welcome, and while you're here, while you're here, come on this country and stand and walk around and sit down. All the good spirits keep you safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gavin, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge Yadinji Mama, Gimo Walabara, Yadinji Bama, Malambara, all our brothers there from Gambir, Yadinji, and Tablelands there. I want to acknowledge all the neighbouring traditional owner groups of Gimobara, of Cairns. Acknowledge our Gunganji people, Jabagai people, Jabaganji, Bulawanji, to the west, Mulariji, to the north, Gogialanji Mama, but also Ngajanji Mama to the west there, and acknowledging all the families, and also extending it out to all the traditional owner groups with connections to the wet tropics, rainforest area, stretching across this landscape here, and also on the Great Barrier Reef, all the way up to the Torres Strait, down to Bundaberg, and everyone here in the room with Cape York as well. So I want to acknowledge all your elders, your ancestors, your old people, your family, and young people coming through. On behalf of my family, my great-granddad, connected to the Barron River and to the Mulberry River as well, up to the north there. With Jabagai people, I like to say, Nyormagaran, Nganjam Bulma, Gulbul Nganjam Maman, Bamiraganji, Bamajabaganji, Bamirinji, Bamagunganji, Nganjam Guru Jipanji, Nganjam Bama Bolpo, Munagurjana, Nyormang Gulungaran, Nyorma Muko, Gabangaman, Galina, Nyorma Muko, Gabangaman Yenang, Bulmba. Please be in good spirits while you're in country. Our ancestors are all happy and proud of everyone coming to this place for a very important meeting or discussion around Biri or Buri fire, which is very, very important in a lot of different things. In terms of land management, I think it's quite obvious to all of us that we all work in that space of fire, so I don't want to talk too much. I think I'll be just telling you what you already know, and I think we all know how important fire is. We all know of those the systems that we're working with today, and the systems that our old people have been working with as well. And obviously, there's always going to be a clash of the two systems, but at the end of the day, our country needs fire. Our country needs us. We're connected to country, country's connected to us. When the country's sick, we sick. When we sick, country's sick. We all know that. And it's always good to have the computer systems to tell us when to burn, when not to burn. But as traditional people of the land, our particular areas, the country tells us when to burn. So when we walk outside, we look around, the old people are always talking to us, and they'll tell us, now's the time. But the computer might say, no, you can't. What do we listen to? Anyway. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Guju and Gavin. Thanks for those words. And as Gavin said, we trying to bring together the best of both worlds and continue to manage fire as it's been for many, many thousands of years. I'd like to just go into a bit of an overview of what we're hoping to do over the next couple of days. The theme for this year's Fire Forum is Tools for Fire Management. So we've included a range of presentations and skills workshops about the various different tools from both toolboxes, again, as Gavin said, from understanding and reading country as the traditional owners have for a long time, and including some of the technological tools that can help us along the way as well. Some of these tools that we'll be looking at today include fire models, which we'll be talking about shortly. Tools for helping mapping and recording your fire management actions, tools for helping plan burns, and the online tools such as fine scale fire mapping and NAFI and Smurf and other online tools. These can hopefully make the job of fire management a little easier and more effective, whether we use fire to manage country for cultural, biodiversity or grazing values. We'll also hear a little bit in the next couple of days about carbon, the carbon side of fire management, which is an important source of funding, which enables many groups to undertake and fund their fire management. We'll also invite some of the many land managers on the Cape to have a bit of a recap of their 2021 fire year, and also talk about some of the challenges and some of the successes that they've had this year. One of the many challenges that people face is obviously arson. So it's an important issue, and we did have someone from the major organised crime squad going to present on the importance of reporting arson events, but they can't attend. So this sort of problem is likely to persist into the future, and hopefully we can, over the next couple of days, look at some tools such as the fine scale fire scale mapping, which might help us tackle some of these problems. The forum was open to any land managers on Cape York. We also have some land managers from the Tablelands and from Girragan, from the Cairns area, and also some of the local Cairns ranger groups presenting here. It was also, the invite was also extended to other land management, conservation estates and pastoralists. Unfortunately, we couldn't get too many pastoralists here today. A couple were able to make it, but we'll also be hopefully sharing some of these tools we're going to talk about over the next couple of days at the grazing forum in Laura in May next year. I'd also like to just quickly thank our project partners, TNC, and I'd like to invite Luke Priest to say a few words about the forum, and then following on by a few words from Lisi Felderhoff, who's been involved in the fire forums for the last few years and is just sort of going to provide a bit of context and tie it back to some of the past events. So thanks, Luke, and yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome to the forum. Just like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land of which we stand, elders past and present. Thank you, Guju and Gavin. I'd also like to say how inspiring and incredible it is that you people from from country up on Cape York have made it down here, and I'm really looking forward to hearing how everything's going up there. One of the At the Nature Conservancy, one of the things we're keen on supporting is people getting back to country, and especially we've been doing this with support for healthy country planning and carbon projects and fire management and business across Cape York and across Northern Australia. So I look forward to speaking with you over the next couple of days, and I hope you really enjoy this forum. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'll give it a minute or two as well. You can see lots of familiar faces in the room, so it's good to see everyone. It's very good to be handing some of the coordination of the workshop over to Alex and the team who've pulled it together. It's a big job, and I've been involved in delivering the workshop for a few iterations now. And I just wanted to just recap on the history and some of the really good things that have come out of it. Look, in the very beginning, the very first one we ran, you feel that everyone that you know knows everyone else. And so there's really, really great things happening. And you think, oh, you should talk to so-and-so, and you realise they never get the opportunity to. So the very first forum we did was very much a chance for everyone to report back what they were doing and share ideas. And that was really, really great. Just meeting people on the other side, a different part of the Cape, who had done something they were thinking about doing and they could then network with, or just the fantastic stories of stuff that's getting done. So the networking was fantastic. On another one, we thought, well, look, everyone's starting to get to know each other now and get those contacts, but there's always, like you'll see, the middle people, and myself included, and Luke who just spoke, and people who help, and Cape York NRM, people who help make things happen by finding funding and looking for grants, and so there's a gap between people on the ground who are trying to do stuff and then people in the middle who can help them access resources at state level or national level, or the philanthropic resources. So we were on one of the themes that we had was, what are the new ideas? I mean, you guys know what's happening on the ground. Tell us where you want us to try and target and make the links higher up and bring money to the table. So some of them we said, well, what's the big three things that will drive forward? So there's always been a something pulling it together. And I think we've got still an opportunity to say, well, where to next? What does everyone think would be a really helpful way to go forward? What do we really need? And then we're all pulling in the same direction. So that would be a good thing to come from the forum, other than the networking and getting new ideas up and seeing what everyone's doing. I think the main thing, though, is just how much there is to learn. Like, I'm starting to feel a bit long in the tooth on some, but I'm still learning. Every time you do something, oh, God, why didn't I know about this years ago? So I think if everyone spends the next few days seeing, developing their links, seeing what they can learn from others, and just really processing things through so you take something away from it. It's a really fantastic opportunity. So welcome to the forum, and we'll see where we get to in the next 2 days.
I'd now like to welcome Siobhan Singleton from Dawul Wuru Aboriginal Corporation, who represent the Cairns Traditional Owners, and followed by Jack Thompson from the Abriculture Rangers, who represent the Cairns Yadinji Traditional Owners. They're just going to share a little bit about their fire management programs that they undertake in the local Cairns area. So thanks, Siobhan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siobhan, Yadinji. I'd like to acknowledge everyone here today and all our neighbouring Bama, especially Big Brother Gavin. Yeah, never say. Never expected this much people. Nah. So I'm Cultural Fire Project Officer. So Cultural Fire Project Officer, and I run a pilot project run by Dawul Aboriginal Corporation. And as part of that project, we're funded by the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Water and Environments. I hope I said that right. as part of our project, we do a lot of engagement, reintroducing the topic of fire to our mob. Also to our neighbouring Bama as well, learning off them, exchanging our knowledge, also reconnecting to our grassroots and also teaching the next generation. So, as part of our project, it's recognition and revitalising fire of Abriculture cultural burning knowledge and practices. So, as part of that that system, we first go to our old people and see what fire knowledge they have, whether it's cooking over the fire, kabmari, or just having that campfire. So, just those stories of connection to fire in any context is very vital and very important. So for our mob, for all mob, yeah, it was just sitting down hearing those stories and having that patience to hear from our old people, yeah, and what stories they have left. Also recording it from their actual voices was very important, and keeping it alive. Yeah, and also how we used to use fire was very important. You know, across many different vegetation types, and then the transitions. But the most important thing was looking after country and looking for the resources, because that's what Bama did, is looking for the resources and the aim of that. So as part of the project, we have the opportunity to reintroduce cultural fire management. So the steps we took was discuss how to bring it back in a modern setting, so in a built-up environment, because we used to have always camp and move with the seasons. And like I said, touched on before, learn what knowledge we have left within our own mob and within our neighbouring tribes as well. And what would the approach look like? So these are the things that we engage with our elders, our rangers first, and then with our partners. So getting their input and feedback as well, and keeping that yarn going, it's part of it. And building our relationships, our current relationships and new relationships especially. So as part of what I know of fire history, it was to survive and remain on country, ultimate weed control. We followed the cycles. It was our Bama economy. We did a lot of resource trades, food, medicine, artifacts. Both men and women had a role in it. Also keeping biodiversity intact, reduce wildfire, and so forth. So also keeping things like vegetation types like rainforest intact, so it doesn't take over other open woodlands or grasslands, etc. And one of the things that with fire, it was shared with all Bama. That was the one thing, it was our LORE, and we shared that with everyone. We shared that knowledge, and whoever hold that knowledge had that great responsibility to keep and hand it on to the next generation. Again, fire was made from country and for country. So again, we follow the seasons. Our main season is Gurubana and Guruminya, and then you got your little sub-seasons in between that. And following those seasons and those indicators within the country, so with flora and fauna as well. Another step that we took as part of the fire project is looking what, not just our vegetation types, but what country we still have intact, and breaking that up and then we talking to our partners who had many different tenures and building relationships with them while we can. And as you can see, the difference of the maps, you can see pre-clearing to built-up areas. This is Wangari area. So McAllister Range National Park. It's country there, and we do have story places there, and that's one of the things that we want to do is reconnect with that and revitalize the stories and then be present back on country by making connections. So one of the things we did as a site assessment, we had to go revisit country and see the condition that it's currently in. So one of the things is over 7 days, we traveled from Buchan Point to north of Ellis Beach and assessed the different country types. So coastal rainforest, open woodland, eucalypts, with blue gums, acacia, wattle species, open and closed canopies. So when the open canopies are like on the ridges, and then on the water courses, the creek line, you have closed canopy with that rainforest as well. So it kind of tells you where the mole people went, and by also looking at the types of soil. But in the current state that is in, there's a lot of weed species and rainforest taking over certain areas. There's some areas that we don't even recognize anymore because it's just overgrown with guinea grass and blady grass. And also, the soil is much drier as you travel north. So yeah, when we did the assessment, it consisted of native dry grasses, dominant weed species that are green all year round, but also with crystal quartz and semi-moist soils to dry, as like I said, going north, and it got harder. So we're just looking at that that consistently within the soil, and just knowing the soil first, and knowing what trees used to be there as well, what country used to look like and used to be managed. So one of the things we also looked at is the benefits of bringing back cultural fire. Bringing back our native foods, our native grasses. So it goes in the cycle with the hunting, also the harvesting with bush foods and medicine. So we looked in that as well. And we connected that to our stories and also our neighbours. We made great connection with our neighbours. Gambir, Yadinji, they helped us a lot, and Firesticks Alliance along our journey. But overall, we have one thing in common. Not only fire, but we want to look after country and heal it. And that's the way of doing it, is cleansing it with the fire and cleansing our spirit with it. So some of the discussions I left with the partners and partnering organisations, agencies, so forth. This is some of the, because as part of our deliverables as our project, we have to deliver 9 workshops, case study within the wet tropics area, also a lot of engagement with different educational levels, different backgrounds, and yeah. So we left them with the questions on how do you feel about it, how can you support us, what can we do to bring it back, the constraints, the solutions, when do you think it can occur, and how we all can participate in it positively together as we learn from each other, and we can take advantage of the Western technology of data recording and keeping record of country and keeping it maintained in a healthy state. But also, how do we lead it? One party can't lead it, I reckon 2. That's just me. But yes, to summarize, aim, revitalise and share. everything that we worked on. We still yet to do a few more workshops, but also as part of that, we designed a policy of duty of care strategy, and we're also going to come up with a knowledge map as well, in which we've been in the works of, and just demonstrating, and then like putting that all into language and bringing back the language to our younger generation. If we can integrate that language with the fire, it's very vital, and that it just re-establishes that knowledge bank, like a seed in the soil. It's ready to grow. My name is Siobhan Singleton, and thank you.
I'd just like to invite Jack Thomas to say a few words about he's an Abriculture Ranger who represent the Gambir, Yadinji traditional owners of the Cairns area, and he's just going to say a few words about their fire management program.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge everyone here today on Gambir Yadinji country and all neighbouring clan groups. Look, my name's Jack Thomas. I'm quite nervous. It's the first time I've actually spoken in front of so many people and actually had a forum. So just a brief summary of what we're doing up at Coplo. So as you can see, I work for Abriculture, so representative of Gambir Yadinji people. So today, Wuru means a hell of a lot to us. We rely on it on all aspects, not only for cooking our foods, hunting, burn-offs, making sure that our vegetation is there for us. But it also means that we share a lot of stories. So stories are told around the fire, dances, and how it's passed on to the next generation. What have I done? There we go. So Buri Guman, it's the first fire of Gambir area. So she's very important to us. As you can see here, I've got one of my rangers, so Dan Noble, he's a lead ranger for us. We're up at Coplo once again, and we're just doing fire spotting, so due to the actual dense area of rainforest. So we haven't got really open country here, but we pretty much rely on that rainforest and down to the sea. So we, as a city, where most of our burnings are done up in dense areas of forestry or rainforest. So as you can see, it holds a significant area, it's passed down. So look guys, I haven't come here, I've just been thrown in the deep end and I'm doing the best I can, so. Now, this is one of our lead rangers, or one of our rangers. So it's just that cultural burning here. So fauna, flora, animals including beetles and colonies. So in a nice light burn or slow burning, we tend to save those species and allow them not to overheat the actual ground itself, but also helps germinate our younger shoots that are coming through that canopy floor. Look, through burning, as we all know, we don't really need weed kill or anything like that, so it's a really resourceful way of getting rid of all those weeds and pestle and invasive plants that are out there. Now, these guys here, the red rose gum, the only reason why we're burning up there is because of the significance in how these red rose gums actually sit along that ridge line for us up there. So without the cultural burning, they don't germinate. So, and they've been up at Coplo for a very long time. They're very inaccessible for us to walk. So what we've done is we've gone in partnership with national parks. Rob Miller from the Tablelands, and look, he took me up on the helicopter, and it was like, oh, hang on, black man don't fly. So, but that was a good experience in using the chemical balls that they do have and shot out of a gun, so out of the cannon, and just to start the fire process. So 2 days later, we went back up by foot and to see how it all went. And look, it did do its job, but not efficiently, not as we as people, bummer, walking on country and doing it ourselves. So there are new technology and new, how to implement new technology, I guess. But this is just, myself, Rob, my project manager, so, and getting ready for the chopper. So look guys, I haven't really come here with a big speech, and it's my first time in doing a PowerPoint, so thanks a lot.
Thank you very much to the Cairns Rangers. Great work, and yeah, it's good to see what the local guys are doing. We're going to move on to the Cape York Land Managers presentations now. First up, we have APN Cape York. Sean Hardy couldn't be here today to make the presentation, so Daryl Killen's going to be doing it on his behalf. So thanks, Daryl.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Daryl Killen. I'll let these guys introduce themselves.
My name is Karen Mamenna, and first I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land that we are standing on, both past, present, and future.
My name is Dion Kumita.
Yes, and I'd like to acknowledge traditional owners too, so thanks again for this opportunity to have a chat, and we're going to talk about APN's very successful carbon project. So APN, the location of it's up around Blue Lagoon, Southern Arakoon, up near the Arts River at the top of the Cape. And the project has been running successfully since 2015. Recently, we've also explored the Land Restoration Fund application for a possible project north of the Archer that is going through a ILUA at the moment, and consideration for whether or not the traditional owners want to proceed with that project. What is potentially exciting about that project is it includes co-benefits. So APN project is working with NAC traditional owners, and everything is governed by an agreement between NAC and APN. This is going a little bit too fast, this presentation. So, I don't know if I can actually pause it here. This is some work done by APN and also Justin Perry from CSIRO. Obviously, the seasonal calendar is quite popular these days to look at. And we all know that fire goes in cycles with the wet season and the dry season, as already explained. There's the existing fire management plan that APN is currently reviewing at the moment with input from the Rangers and myself. And this is the change in the APN area burned over project period. You can see here before the project, 2000 to 2009, you had a lot of late season fire, and now we've got a shift in that seasonality through to June and July. Sorry about this. And we've also got some late season fires, but obviously a lot of big reduction in the August and September fires, as you can see there. The project is averaging about just over 40,000 carbon credits. So the first year was bit of a learning curve, but as you can see, since then, it's a very consistently performing project, and just behind Olkola, well, probably well behind Olkola in terms of credits, but it's certainly one of the larger projects on the Cape. And there's 9 rangers involved in all aspects of the operation. We've just got some photos here that are going to go through. Do you want to talk to any of this now? No? No? So obviously rangers are involved in all aspects of the project. They run the operation, look at the fire scars from the previous year, decide where to burn, and execute the burning, including doing all the aerial and secondary operations, and an Indigenous chopper pilot is used as well. They're experimenting with new tools. Do you want to talk a bit about this one? No? Anyway, they're experimenting with tools and techniques to improve access and techniques of burning, obviously on-ground burning as well as the chopper burning. It's Dion here. It's Dion again. Sorry, mate, you've got a new profile fair bit here. They're using the rain dance system at the moment for all their aerial ignition. We're looking towards these Savanna burning operations skill set to try to get some accredited training for the existing skills that they have. That's going to be going over the next few years. So this is really, my apologies, what's this going? So obviously we have good fire and bad fire. Good early dry season burning results in lots of retained coarse woody debris, as everyone knows about, and that's often good for habitat for lizards and the like, that then feeds up through the food chain. Are we going to have impacts from climate change over time, hotter seasons, and also concerns around whether or not we're going to have jumps across major rivers going forward. We all know you can get sleeper logs that can continue to burn and kick up a fire a few weeks after you would like them to. There's a late dry season fire that was put out with leaf blowing, and obviously putting APN are one of the few projects on the Cape that do go out and put fires out at night time using leaf blowers, and they've been successful in doing that on a number of occasions, which has increased their revenue from the project. And that's, unless you fellas have anything else to say, that's all we have. Do you want to say something? No? No? Anyway, these guys they're a bunch of legends up there. They're a great crew, and they're pretty quiet up here, but I can tell you they're not quiet out in the bush. So, cheers.
So I've gotten a bit in my head of myself, and we've skipped the NAFI summary, but we'll continue on and ask Sally Gray to come up as a representative of AWC and Piccaninny Plains to talk about their fire season, and then we'll have a bit of a summary for the whole Cape from NAFI.
Okay, so aside from being a director on the board with Cape York NRM, with my partner Graham Woods, we are the two managers on Piccaninny Plains Wildlife Sanctuary. So we're the only two permanent staff up there. We manage everything to do with the country up there. So this is just a bit of an overview of our experience of managing fire in the country in central Cape York. Oh. Let me just try try that again. Okay. So Piccaninny Plains, for those of you who don't know, is owned by the Australian Wildlife Conservancy. We're a non-for-profit organisation, and we've actually been around for 30 years. 2020 was our 30th anniversary of working in Australia. We are all about effective conservation, and we've been establishing a network of sanctuaries right across Australia to protect vulnerable habitat and species. So these days we're actually the largest non-for-profit landholder in Australia for conservation. Across the sanctuaries we now own, manage or work in partnership to protect and enhance over 6.5 million hectares, so about 16 million acres. One of the key things is AWC's recognise that if we continue with a business as usual model for conservation, we're going to keep getting extinctions across the country. So we're all about implementing and developing new and effective models for conservation that are grounded in science and also in really adaptive, flexible, nimble land management. So Piccaninny Plains, we're the purple bit right in the middle there. It's 169,000 hectares. We've got 64 identified ecosystems. We support 481 plant species, 11 of which are threatened, 64 mammal species, 271 bird species, 73 species of reptiles, 25 species of amphibians. All in all, on Piccaninny Plains, we've got 27 threatened species. The Wenlock River is our northeastern boundary and the Archer River is our southern boundary. We have every road in Cape York passing through us, bar the Batavia Shortcut Road. So that means we've got over 100 kilometres of road frontage running through the middle of the property. So what we work on here, our key core programs are around feral animal control, weed control and fire management. The key to our fire management program is to restore ecologically appropriate fire regimes to the country. So before acquisition in 2008 by AWC, there'd been a really extensive history of almost all-encompassing late dry season fires on the property. So it was having a major impact on the savanna ecosystems, you know, the reduction in your understory, reduction in abundance of fleshy fruits, reduction in fire-sensitive vegetation, so your riparian vegetations, your habitat for your cuscus, your palm cockatoos, etc., and of course a reduction in your hollow logs and the availability of shelter. What we focus on now is early burning and creating a mosaic pattern of burnings across the country that can break up the land, reduce those fuel loads for later unplanned fires. Although, you know, these days we've got this history of unplanned fires across the Cape, and a large proportion of those fires are arson. So that 100 kilometres of road frontage we have through the property is a real management issue for us. So this is the lens through which we manage and deliver the fire management program. It's really busy and it's really complex and very challenging. We focus on burning for country, burning for ecology and feral management, protecting natural assets, and protecting from those prevailing fire incursions in the dry season. So for us, fire is not just a season. It's actually a year-long program with a year-long operational program of 4 seasons. This is just how we break up our year. So season 1 we see as the planning and preparation. We start this work in the wet season. This is Graham's sketched out plan of the fire program for the year. We map out where we're going to do continuous burns to protect country from the from the roadsides. We map out where we're going to do mosaic burns, where we're going to grade fire breaks, or where we're just going to have slash fire breaks. So we've got 350 kilometres of fence lines to work from as slashed breaks, and around 700 kilometres of roads and tracks that we can use as fire breaks. After we do this old sketched out map, it goes to our GIS team who produce these really nice little communication tools and much more formalised plan for the year. During this time, we're also grading and doing all of that preparation for the actual prescribed burning deployment to happen. So we start doing our burning as soon as the country will carry fires. It's generally around mid-May. This year, as we all know, we had a really protracted and persistent wet season, so we couldn't get fires carrying on Piccaninny until June. The country then dried out very, very quickly and suddenly, so we had to have all of our burning done within about 8 weeks. There is just Graham and I on the property, so we do the vast majority of our burning with aerial incendiary deployment. Just to show the comparison, we've been on the property now for almost 10 years, so it did take quite a few years to figure out how the fire behaved across the different systems on the property. And we change and adapt the fire program every year, depending on what the country is telling us. So on the left, we've actually got the chopper tracks from our 2014 fire aerial burns. So you can see that it's quite different to what we did in 2020, and the fire scars from our early burns are quite different. We generally fly around 1,500 kilometres. In 2014, we actually did about 90 kilometres of ground burning. In 2020, we only did around 20 kilometres of ground burning. Season 3 is the one we don't like, the unplanned fires during the dry season. Whoops, I'll head back. So, stay there. So this year, as I said, it dried out very suddenly and very quickly, and we found that fires were carrying even during early August, so it has been a really challenging year. Season 4 is another season that we love. So once the rains start, we breathe a big sigh of relief, and then we start looking at what happened in the year. So we do a results analysis, and this is where we work quite closely with our science team. We have our Anna Palmer here today, who is our lead scientist working on Piccaninny, so she manages the science program. So once the rains begin, we begin the spatial analysis of the activity for the year. So we derive a whole lot of data from the fire scar mapping, from Landsat, from NAFI, and it tells us how we tracked that year in relation to our burn plan, shows us what we got right, what we didn't get so right, and then what we can do the next year. From this analysis, we obviously then plan what's going to happen the following year. So we focus on fire pattern and history, measuring unburnt patches within early dry season fire scars, fire frequencies, vegetation classes affected by fire, distance from points within the fire scars to unburnt patches. So that's about how far small animals need to travel to get refuge. I just picked out 3 of these different graphics that the science team develop in our analysis. So I think they're really powerful tools to show how fire is working on different areas of land. So this one is about fire frequency across the whole property. Now the graphic on the left is 2000 to 2008, an aggregation of all fires for that year. This is prior to AWC purchasing the property. So you can see that there's pretty well hot late season fires covering the whole property, particularly up in the northwest and the southeast in the woodland areas. 2012 to 2020, in the period after AWC acquired the property, you can see there's quite a different fire pattern and a real emphasis on reducing the fire frequency across the sanctuary. You can see we do still have quite a bit of fire here associated with the roads running through the property. So this is long unburnt patches within the early fire scars, and these are a reflection of how effective we've been with the mosaic burning. So the patchy burning, like I said, as we all know, retains refugia and reduces the load. So this is 2 years prior to AWC acquisition. You see that late burns occurred every year. Following AWC acquisition, the fire regime has changed considerably, and we've actually got areas that haven't been burnt at all, and then that are only burned every couple of years. What we've seen across the sanctuary in that time is a reduction in those late season hot fires, from 54% of the property being affected down to 18%, and an increase in our early burn across the property from 22% to 37%. So it's been quite a flipping of how the fire is implemented across the sanctuary. This one reflects the distance to vegetation unburnt for 3 years, and this again is comparing 2008 prior to AWC acquisition to 2020. So this relates to how far an animal would have to travel to seek refuge from a fire in an unburnt patch of vegetation, or when recolonising from a burnt to unburnt patch. Really important when you consider things like, we know now that feral cats, their favourite hunting spot is fire scars, the edge of fire scars, and late hot burns. So the more refuge and the shorter the distance we can create between unburnt patches, the safer it is for our small mammals and ground-dwelling birds. So what happened in 2020? We have our fire plan up here. Sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. So you can see we had quite a lot of late fires through this section from the Lockhart Road, the Bamaga Road. We had 8 fires lit between September and December. We had one actually that's not showing up on here that burned into our early burn, so that was great. We did have to grade a break to pull it up. These fires, we had fires lit along the Bamaga Road that jumped and burnt west and burnt east. We graded several breaks through here to try and pull it out up in this country. We finally graded a break through here and it pulled up. At the same time, we had a fire lit on the Wenlock that burnt to the northwest and to the southeast. Really important to note that this area through here that we get continual arson attacks from the Lockhart Road is significant habitat for red goshawks and its Eucalyptus tetradonta country. So at the time of the year when these fires are being lit in the late season is when the red goshawks are fledging. So it's imperative that we do try and protect this country as best we can. So the picture 5 years ago at Piccaninny in 2016, all too familiar. All of these red dots that I've got on here are sites of ignitions, late season ignitions. So on the just to give you an example of what we have to deal with, on the 9th of September we had 3 ignitions. On the 26th of October we had 2 ignitions. On the 6th of November we had 6 ignitions, and on the 22nd of November we had 2 ignitions. Keeps us hopping. So all of that purple area, mauve area, is late hot season fires that have emanated from roadside ignitions. 2021, year just gone. All of these red dots down here on the PDR, on the Lockhart Road, on the Bamaga Road are all sites of ignitions, roadside ignitions. So it was a really, really busy year. Whoops. So just to give you a snapshot of the history of unplanned fires on Piccaninny, this is just indicating the number of ignitions each year from the roadside. This does not include figures for lightning strike, early dry storms. So you can see that we've had huge problems dating way back. What's curious, this one, 6 ignitions in 2014 that affected 12,000 hectares. There was a fire lit in the Wenlock area by pig hunters a week prior to the Weeper pig hunt. They were actually caught. There was a 6-month investigation by the stock squad and they received a warning. There were 5 ignitions in 2015. Interestingly enough, the area affected was much lower than in other years, and we put this down to the fact that all these ignitions were just from the Lockhart Road, because during that year there were subcontractors working along the length of the PDR through Piccaninny, bitumening that road. So there wasn't really an opportunity for people to quietly drop too many matches that year. So even though we had 5 ignitions, they were all from Lockhart Road. What this equates to is since 2013, we've had over 260,000 hectares, or close to 600,000 acres, impacted by roadside ignitions. That is arson. Actually, I just have to update this year. This should be 14, and about another 2,000-3,000 hectares was burnt since I made this presentation. So I ask the question a lot of the time to anyone who will listen. What would happen if we were talking about this expanse of country being affected by arson, unplanned fires in the SEQ, New South Wales or Victoria? So for us, the bottom line from our experience on Piccaninny is we've got to stop the talk that it's normal for the Cape to burn every year in the late dry season. We've got to stop the talk that fires always burn the Cape and no one fights these fires. That is simply not correct. No property manager ever lights fires in the late dry season in the middle of the day in extreme temperatures with high winds and low humidity. If it's September, October, November or December, these are unplanned fires. If anything is seen that looks like it might be someone lighting a fire, take their registration and report it to the police and the RFS. There is a huge cost to these fires. Huge environmental cost, economic cost, social cost and psychological cost. And we've got to remember, lighting fires on country without permission of the tenure holder or owner is arson. It's a criminal offence. So this is what late season fires look like for us. This is Graham. This is a fire that was lit by the pig hunters. We had just mustered cattle. We muster our feral clean-skinned cattle each year to clear the country of the ferals. We had them in the yards about 200 metres from this fire, burnt right through the holding paddocks. We had no feed for those cattle to get them before they got out to market. Dealing with these unplanned fires is a 24-hour operation. Graham is on the grader during the day, we backburn at night. So what we do is we try and corral the fires to protect really high ecological areas or basically to protect our really sensitive areas and habitat. So there is just the two of us mostly, so it's a tough business. This is the fire from one of the fires that I showed you earlier that was lit on the Bamiga Road and jumped and burnt to the west and burnt to the east. So we had already graded one break over this way, the fire jumped it. This area in here, Anna will know it, we've got rainforest patches up here that are really sensitive, really, really special ecological areas. So Graham has graded this break. This is an existing track to pull this fire up. It's not showing up so well here, but it actually has pulled the fire up on this break. So this is managing these uncontrolled fires on a really big scale. There's two people, there's me on a fire truck and Graham in a grader, so you can do pretty amazing things. This shows the scale. So here's the fire as it jumped to the west, to the east. This whole big area here is just a patch in here. So as we all know, everything is big in the Cape. This is a fire jumping the PDR on the 30th of September this year. So this fire was lit at the junction of the Lockhart Road and the PDR. We worked for 2 days trying to hold it on the eastern side of the PDR so it wouldn't jump into the big country of Piccaninny on the western side of the PDR. Unfortunately, it got into some heavy fuel right in the country and into the east back here. We got some high winds in the middle of the day, and this is the plume that carried the embers across and dropped the fire onto the western side of the PDR. So that fire was lit here. We tried to hold it here. It ended up burning. We corralled it for a while. We right down, and then eventually, about 30 kilometres to the west, it pulled up at some early burns. So we've spent 4 days and 4 nights back burning and trying to hold that out of the big plains down here, which we didn't want burnt this year because they were burnt last year. So we really try and avoid burning the same country all the time. This is what we look like at the end of dealing with these fires. And this is what the country looks like. So minimal habitat value, minimal refuge. They're really pretty destructive fires. So 2021, this year has been a really, really bad year for arson, as you can see. This year we've been working with the police, with the RFS, with the fire investigators, with fire comms, and with the media. we've been trying to get the story out that this is not okay. Oh, okay, help. Help. Yeah, so with the media this year, I've had this little fantasy that if we get all this information out there and the public can see what's happening, whoever's lighting these fires might get a little bit brazen down in the pub and mention it to someone that they did it. It's my theory. I don't know how we're going to find out who's doing it otherwise. But anyway, up in the Cape, it's a really complicated business. We have this huge biomass of material every year, unlike many other regions across Australia. We have a really tight window to do our controlled burning, so it can be as small as 8 weeks to get those early burns in. We've got really critical habitat and threatened species to protect. And when we get to our fire season at the end of the year and we have those persistent, strong easterly winds, very low humidity, very, very dry country, it's a really extreme fire danger. One of the tricks with dealing with these late season fires and these roadside ignitions, some people say burn the roadside every year to protect it. It's something that physically we simply cannot do. If you burn that country on the roadsides every year, aside from having really big impacts on the ecology of those areas, you don't have enough material. If you've burnt it every year, the next year there's not enough material. But what happens is come the dry season, you've got all your leaf drop as the country dries out, so you have material on the ground. So it's a real challenge of how we're going to manage this situation. So then you throw arson in the mix and it's tough. So anyway, our belief is we really need to get a regional plan out there. We need to reduce the risks, reduce our costs by sharing resources, so sharing chopper time, get the one chopper up there and get us all burning at the same time. Compare conditions and share knowledge. We've really, really got to work together in the Cape to deal with the fire problems that we have at the moment. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ali. We had Thomas Houghton from Abriculture Rangers in Lakeville National Park scheduled, but they couldn't make it today, unfortunately. And yeah, we'll backtrack a little bit, and we've got Rowan Fisher and Peter Jacklin from Charles Darwin University to give us a bit of a summary of what happened across the Cape this year using some nice NAFI images.
Thanks, Alex, and I'd like to acknowledge traditional owners, past and present, and great honour to be able to present here today. So I've come over from Darwin, so I can't tell you about your Cape York fire season. We've already had some great presentations about some of the stuff that's been happening on the ground, but I do have some pretty pictures and some nice animations that can help us sort of stimulate some more conversation. So the first one, you might need to press play over there. This is sort of a bit of a hotspot animation. You can see the day, and we can see all the early fire breaks going in, some of these later fires, but prescribed burns up north, and now we start to get some of these arson fires, and of course through the Gulf country, a lot of late fires coming through. So as we've heard, it's been a reasonably tough year throughout much of the Cape, but still a reasonably good outcome. So this is the NAFI map at the end of the year. I should acknowledge that it probably shouldn't be me presenting, it should be Aidan sitting over there. Can you put your hand up there, Aidan? Aidan's our NAFI mapper for Queensland. So he's the poor bugger who has to make sure he captures all of your fires and doesn't make any mistakes. But he does a fantastic job. And we can see, obviously, a lot of really good early dry season burning and the main sort of late fires through that Gulf country. If we just look last few years, as you would already know, that Gulf country is really hard to manage, and you are often getting those big fires through there. But we can see further north where we've got a lot of that proactive management all through those years. We're seeing a lot of really good detailed early dry season fire management. And how this relates to overall late dry season fire frequency, we can still see there's a few patches, particularly that sort of Gulf country and the Cape where there is fairly high late dry season fire frequency. But overall, pretty good. And I find this quite a useful comparison. This is similar to the comparison we saw earlier from Piccaninny Plains, looking at changes in fire frequency. So this is comparing the frequency of fires 7 years from 2000 to 2006 to 7 years 2013 to 19, when there's more proactive management. And all the green areas is where there is less frequent fires now than there used to be. So it's just a very simple summary, just to tell the world, look, you know, we've still got our battles, we're still trying to improve things, but the outcomes overall are really outstanding. And even that Gulf country where, you know, there's still a lot of late dry season fires, it's less severe than it was. You know, there's still a journey to go, but overall, I mean, it's incredible what I see across the whole of Northern Australia. I truly think it's the best fire management in the world at the moment. Just amazing work, and I know everyone works incredibly hard to get there. So I just want to mention a couple of new tools that hopefully you are all onto now. So we've spent about the last 18 months working on trying to get NAFI up on a mobile phone. We thought it'd be a pretty easy thing to do, but it's taken a while to get something which is usable. So hopefully you've all got that and are having a bit of a play around with it. Also for all your GIS nerds, and I see NAFI is a bit of a gateway drug into deeper engagement in GIS, so QGIS is my GIS of choice, and we've got a great plug-in so you can basically stream all your NAFI information straight into QGIS, so you can put all your own sort of property information over the top, so quite a powerful tool. We'll be running a workshop this afternoon, myself and Peter Jacklin, a little bit more about NAFI, and I think Andrew Edwards, who's sitting down there next to Aidan there, they'll be talking about this other wonderful web resource called Smurf, where you can do deep dive into all of the wonderful fire information that NAFI provides to think about your fire management. So I think that's tomorrow afternoon. And just a reminder, we're trying to sort of extend our outreach a little bit more through MailChimp. So if you send an email to nafiadmin@cdu.edu.au, we'll sign you up. We won't spam you, I promise you. Maybe 2 or 3 times a year, we'll tell you about the wonderful things we're trying to achieve with NAFI. And I think that's me. So Peter is going to give a bit of an update of where we're up with NAFI funding.
Thanks. Yeah, so just a couple of things. The first is we are actually revamping NAFI for next year. It's one of the big sort of revamps we're doing. And we do appreciate that at the end of the day, what we really want to do is help where the real knowledge is, which is what you guys have on the ground. And NAFI is just a tool to help. But we do want to try and make it as helpful as possible. We've got a lot of feedback now from users, a lot of things people want us to improve, and we're going to implement a lot of that, and a lot of that is about making it even simpler and making some of the sort of useful tools that are at the moment buried in menus a bit easier to get to. But if anybody has got something they'd like to see changed, yeah, just give us a hoy, contact us at this forum, and yeah, we'll endeavour to improve it, to improve NAFI. And just on the funding, we have been approached by the federal government, by an agency of the federal government, the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, which is a new agency created out of the Natural Disasters Royal Commission. And they want to help us get 3 years of funding for NAFI, because at the moment the funding is still year to year. It runs out in July 1 next year. And so hopefully we will get that 3-year funding one way or another. We hope to find out very shortly. So we'll be putting it out on our networks if we find out, but that will be an important milestone, I think, if we're successful. And hopefully we'll know soon. So that's all.
Thanks, Rowan and Peter. We've come to the all-important morning tea session. But before we just head off, as Rowan mentioned, the workshops are scheduled for between morning tea and lunch. The 3 workshops that are coming up are a NAFI skills workshop. That'll be held upstairs. That'll go into, it's an opportunity for people to have the people with the know-how in the room, and they'll have their own plan for the session. But if you've got a dying question, if there's that little thing that you can't figure out how to do on NAFI, now's your opportunity to ask them. So feel free to engage in the workshops, make the workshops what you want them to be, ask all the questions that you've been wanting to ask. So that's why we've got them in smaller rooms. Get in there and get information you need out of the people there. Another workshop being held upstairs is run by Jeff Lipsett Moore, thinking about business on country. So that'll be a good one. That'll be upstairs in the Palmerston room. And on the main stage here will be Firesticks Alliance, talking about some of their tools they use for assessing country to undertake planned burns. During morning tea, there's a list of names on the back of the door, up near the big colourful map there where you walked in. If your name's not on that list, please head into the foyer. There'll be one of the Cape York NRM staff hanging around there to help you register for your workshop. That'll help us with a bit of the crowd control. So so that'll be between morning tea and lunch. Enjoy your morning tea. I hope you're having a good time so far, and see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, if you could please take your seats. Are we going to get, we're getting a bit more volume here. Ben's getting used to us all speaking at different heights and distances. So if you could please grab your seat, that'd be great. So I'll just start with clarifying the workshops. Hopefully everyone has now registered for a workshop. I hope you all noticed that Alex raised the excitement about the workshops by saying they were going to be on now, and that was a deliberate ploy by Alex to get you all to make sure that you'd signed in. The workshops will actually be after lunch, but hopefully everyone is now registered. So thank you for that, and thanks for reminding everyone of that, Alex. For those of you that don't know me, I'm John Gavin, CEO of Cape York NRM. I'd also like to recognise the traditional owners, not only of the land where we're meeting, but also across all of Cape York, that is obviously so integral to the knowledge and the management of the Cape. I'd like to thank Gavin and Gudju for the welcome this morning. And hopefully, as we've seen, this theme of sharing information and theme of people coming together, hopefully you're all starting to make that happen and getting some value out of the workshops. Straight up after morning tea, I'd like to ask Debbie Simmons to come up. Debbie's going to talk to us about the Olkola Fire Program. As we all know, it's one of the largest, one of the longest running programs on the Cape, and I don't think Debbie really needs any introduction. So Debbie, if you could please come up. Welcome Debbie to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land we meet on today, and all the other traditional owners that are in the room. I am a traditional owner for Olkola, and I'm also the CEO. I have been the CEO for 6 years, and we manage one of the largest estates in central Cape York. We look after just under 1 million hectares of land and have, I think, nearly one of the largest carbon abatement programs in Cape York anyway. So, and is this my technology? So Kat's put together a presentation for us. So, anyway, you can do that. There you go. So the Olkola Nation was handed back in 3 different parcels, I suppose. We had Glengarland Station that was handed back in around 2005, and that is a pastoral lease that we run cattle on. Then we had Alwell National Park that was handed over to us back in 2010. And then we had the Olkola 5, which is all of this section here, in 2014. As part of the dealings with the state government and the Land Tenure Resolution Program, we went around, and Mike Ross, my uncle, went down to the state and sort of went to them and said, well, it's good and all to have country, but how are we going to make it work for us? So he negotiated one of the first dealings to include the national parks as part of our carbon abatement program, as well as all the rest of Olkola country, which is how we've ended up with one of the largest carbon projects across Cape York. To date, we've had 2014, so we've had ups and downs when it comes to carbon, and it's not an easy game for anybody. And I can say that in 2016, when I started with the corporation as an operations manager, we had the biggest wildfires across Cape York that we've had for quite some time. So basically all of Olkola was burnt, along with all of our neighbours and everywhere else. It was all started by arson and pig hunters at the time. So it was a lesson that I learnt, because I came in not knowing anything about carbon, not knowing anything about burning or what was required. So I had a very fast lesson taught to me by my rangers and my elders. So basically every year we have gotten better and better at our processes. So we upskill our rangers every year, so everyone is at a different level. So our junior rangers come in, they start on level 1. We're going all the way through to bombardiering. We've got good bombardiering rangers now that actually love it, and they can read the country. They know where the pitfalls are. They know how country is going to hold fire, where it's going to hold up and things like that. So it is a lesson that everybody learns as you go through, and this has taken us quite some time, but every year that you have a good year in carbon, you actually make good money. And as the carbon market is increasing and climate change is becoming a real thing and the government's actually acknowledging that, they're paying higher for your carbon ACCUs. So projects that were probably not worth anything back in 2014 are probably going to be worth something in the next few years. So you'll be able to go back and reassess your country, your vegetation and what you've got, and see whether it can actually sustain a carbon project in the future. Our carbon project is called Arjan, which in our language means fire, and basically the Olkola Rangers. So we started, as I said, back in 2014. We had 4 part-time rangers that were basically funded by Parks and didn't look after the rest of Olkola Nation. So Parks is only a very small amount of our country. So over the years, we've been able to diversify our income that we've earned from carbon and employ more rangers. Every year we've employed more rangers. So now we have, I think, close to 12, 14 full-time rangers that actually live out on country. We've built a very nice ranger base for them, which is something that, you know, is really important, that to have all of your equipment to be able to do your job properly as a ranger, you need to have all your tools, you need to have a nice place to stay and all that sort of thing. So we've taken the money that we've used from carbon and we've reinvested it back into our country. Back in 2014 when we started, one of the first things we did was we reinvested back into tourism. So we started our tourism product, which was Journey to Olkola Country. So, and then from there we went on and we invested more money into our on-ground infrastructure, assessing our roads and what we needed to have more access to country, but also what was going to give us more bang for buck in the future. So to date, we have, as I said, we've built a ranger base. We're in the processes at the moment of actually building a cultural centre. So that will house more rangers, but it'll be the heart of our country, and so you won't come into Olkola without passing through our cultural centre. We've bought the Law Roadhouse. In recent times, we've invested more money in machinery to be able to do the work ourselves, which employs more people out on country. But as I said, it's not always been a easy road. So we have had years where we have burnt and we've had no income from carbon. And so one of the lessons that I did learn was that basically you can't put all your eggs into one basket, and you need to make sure that when you have good years and you are getting your carbon income, that you are putting aside money or you're investing in something else that's going to pay dividends in other ways. So it was one of the biggest lessons. So aerial burns, every year we turn around and we start planning for our carbon project in January, February. We sit down with people like Lacey from Firesticks and Mick Blackman, and we talk about what we've done really well the year before, what we could have improved on, and what our methodologies are going to be moving forward. We try to stay to our traditional burning as much as possible, but in some of our country it's not possible and you have to use a chopper. Sometimes the seasonal changes makes it impossible for you to get to country because of the wetness that's out there, so you do have to use choppers, or you do have to take the risk of burning past the cut-off date of the 30th of July and burn into August, because one of the methodologies that I've used is that it's better to have a controlled burn earlier on in August than have a wildfire in September, November and December. And it'll save you money. So basically that's it. Yeah, so I think it is one of these things where, you know, we have grown and we have learnt from our lessons, and I think you've got to have a passion for fire. I think that out of all of our rangers, we've probably got 6 of them that are really passionate about it. The rest of them will do fire, but they're not as passionate. They don't read the country as well as the others, and it's because everyone's got a different interest, right? You know, some do weeds, pests, whatever. So I think it's really investing back into your rangers. We also make sure that our rangers are very well cared for when they're doing wildfire. We make sure that they have everything that they need. Every year we probably invest around $180,000 to $200,000 back into the rangers and the rangers' equipment to make sure that they've got everything that they need to be able to conduct a fire program really well. So, and I suppose that kind of brings us to what our aspirations are moving forward and what we are at Olkola looking at doing in the next probably 6 months to a year. So what we're looking at is putting together a training hub in Laura at our roadhouse that will start to help other groups to be able to learn the methodologies of fire, as the scientific methodologies of fire, I should say, instead of, you know, everyone's knows the cultural side, but the scientific side of it that actually goes with being able to navigate a proper carbon project. So we're looking at being able to provide training, so right from the beginning to how to read NAFI, how to get your certificate 1s, 2s and 3s and moving through, and also being able to how to respond to wildfire, and what you need to have to respond to wildfire. It's something it's really passionate to us. We believe that the more Indigenous groups across Cape York that can have carbon abatement programs that work and work really well for them, the more it generates self-income for those groups. It's not tied to government funding apart from the regulators, but it gives you independence to stand on your own 2 feet and start investing back into your own country and your own mob. So that's probably where we're hoping to go, and whether it works or whether it doesn't, we've got some amazing partners. We'll continue with our methodology. We're under the Savanna Burning methodology at the moment, and we're always looking to see what the new changes are with the regulators. And basically, yeah, it is an ever-growing industry, and it will only get bigger as the years to come. So these are fire scars from 2010, 2012, before we took over country. And you can see the blue is where basically, it's a mess. So, and you kind of like, the methodologies were across Cape York there was a 3-year cycle where the first year you had a good year and you didn't burn. The second year you burnt half of country, or half of your country burnt, and the third year the whole of country burnt. We've been able to turn that methodology around and we don't burn like that anymore. This year we've had an outstanding year where we were able to get in and put out fires before they became too much of an issue for anybody, but that was because we were fast to act, and we got in and we negotiated with neighbours and parks to come along and help us, and just got in and did what was needed to be done to make sure that we didn't burn. So, because there's no point in putting in all the groundwork if you're not there to defend it and save your accus at the end of the day. So, 2016. So I think Lisi, that's on after me, she'll explain fire scars and NAFI and that a little bit more to everybody. But yeah, basically it has been a learning experience. Carbon is a very interesting and emerging business, and it is a good business to be in. It can make the difference between having 1 or 2 people employed to having 10 or 12 people employed. And we've been able to grow every year since we started our program. So pretty much that's all I've got. So I don't know if anybody's got any questions for me, but be kind if you do. No? Good? That's it.
Thanks, Debbie. And if people do have questions, you'll have a little bit of a chance after this next presentation from Lisi and Rowan Fisher. So Lisi and Rowan have been working with the Spark and the Palm tools that have been developed and piloting those on the Olkola Fire Program. So please welcome Lisi back.
So I'll just pick up on from Deb's talk. I've been working with Olkola for quite some time now, like many years, from the very beginning of their project and looking at fire plans and helping them use the different tools available. And And as Deb said, every year we review it and we say, well, how did you go? How could we do better next time? So it starts at just something like the basic training and basic looking at maps. But every year they've improved and improved and improved. And so we're always saying, well, what do we do next to improve? And so my presentation's on looking at fire spread modelling. So a few years ago, we came up with the idea, there was some things emerging in the sort of the Western science side of things about, oh look, you could actually work out using the computer where a fire is likely to spread to. And that has got some, well, could have some potential real benefits to, in this case, improving your carbon credits, because you'd be able to say, oh, look, where are we going to fight the fire, or where are the gaps in our fire breaks, and or, you know, on that turning point from too wet to too dry, and you're going to put your fire in, you might, oh, gee, should we go now? Maybe it's going to go too far. That might then trigger you to say, well, let's just model, you know, let's just do a simulation, they call it, on the computer, and you might think, oh, actually, that's going to really do a good job of pulling up, or, ooh, let's be careful if the wind changes. You know, so it's a way to visualise where the fires might go. So I put a project, oops, which way do I point this? Which one, in the middle one? Okay, so what is a fire spread? What I'm going to talk about is what a fire spread model is, how you might use it, what options are available, the pilot study that we're doing with Olkola, where we're at so far, and the challenges, and then where we'd like to see it go. So what a fire spread model is, it's a visual tool to help you predict where a fire is going to go. And you know, there's so many factors that are affecting fire spread. You know, you've got your fuel load, and you've got your temperature, and has something burnt before, and is there a river to pull it up? So sometimes it's very hard to get your head around, especially if in the big areas of country, and it's good for people who know all of their country intimately, but sometimes, you know, and especially someone like me who's trying to help groups think through their fire plans, it's good to help you get all those variables together. So you can adjust how much influence different things have, and you can use it for, as I said, fire planning. So, oh, have a go at this, and what if we did, you know, you can just do like a practice run on the computer. For the fire lighting, like I said, is it going to blow out further than you thought? You could, after you do your early season fires, you could put in, you could say, oh, these are all the fire scars that we've been able to generate. What say we have some random little fires lit, where are they going to go? And you might say, look, this top corner is always a weak spot, but these ones we won't put our effort into beefing them up. So there's lots of, and firefighting, of course. Look, when I was coming up with some of these ideas, there was 3 options available. One was, so the top, the top left corner is it was just a complete black box computer program that CSIRO was coming up with a number of years ago, and that's well used in the fire industry by rural fires and others, but it really was left up to professionals to get going and run it. Some guys in CSIRO moved past that, and they come up with a program called Spark, and people who've done, a few people in this room have done some GIS training with me and have this understanding of, okay, here's a road layer and your rivers layer and your vegetate, you know, you're layering up all the parts of your map. And so what this program does is it puts layers of, okay, this is the slope and this is, so it just layers everything up. So when you run the computer, it's, oh yeah, ooh, I've hit a river, I'll stop the fire. Oh, here's a big bit of fuel load, I'll go this, you know, so that's what's happening behind the scenes. And then the next one is Palm, and that's where I'm going to, not just yet, but I'll hand over to Rowan, because the project that we put together was to, let's test 2 different things. There's 2 extremes. There's this highly complex scientific, mathematical, how much will going up a slope affect how fast it goes, and what if the wind goes faster by just a little bit? And there's the program that Rowan's put together, which uses a 3-dimensional, landscape, and you can say, oh well, let's just, it's group some of those, like wind, high, medium, and low. That's a little bit simplistic, but instead of the nitty-gritty science. So there are 2. One is, excellent for communicating and demonstrating, and one I'm hoping will be more precise in how things work. So the idea was to run a project that compares the 2 and using Olkola as an example because we've got good fire history and everyone's ready to go through things at the next level. So one of the things that it's involved was getting all of those GIS layers or all those map layers put together for that country, setting up some automatic weather stations. So wind is absolutely critical, like has more influence than some of the other issues. And you can't just, use a weather station miles and miles and miles away and try and think that's going to be what's happening on your country. So we've got these automatic weather stations, and they measure rainfall, wind direction, wind speed, and they're recording every 10 minutes. And you can even set it finer than that, but you can get a map on your phone, and like you could look right now and see how windy it was at Killarney. And that gives us a way to, when we're looking at trying to make the model work, we can say, well, they lit the fire on this day, they lit it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at this location. We said, well, how windy was it? Or how much rainfall did you have ahead of time? So fantastic weather data, which has a big influence on how the fire goes. There was also, we have the issue is the weather station is right out in the open because you want to collect the rainfall, but if you're right under the forest, it's not going to be so windy. So we're trying to adjust it to say, okay, well, how windy, if it's really open and this windy, what's the difference if you're in Melaleuca woodland or tea tree country? What's the difference if you're in eucalyptus or out on the grassland? So it means, if you think back to my picture of all of the layers stacked on top of each other, when the fire's like, ooh, I'm hitting some grass, I'll go much quicker. Uh-oh, I've just hit the edge of the forest, slow down. So there's a lot of work that goes into thinking how these things all work together. And then to test it all, you have to say, well, where did you light the fire? So we're using the fire scars, the NAFI fire scars, to say, well, this is where the fire was lit. This is the weather conditions, the vegetation, the fire that happened before. Can we make it, how similar can we predict that it's similar to the NAFI fire scar? And so it's a lot of fine tuning and back and forth. Okay, so we're trying to recreate the fire scar, and at the moment we're in the very, very early stages and think, oh God, why didn't that work? Let's try this instead. So I was thinking before that it's very complex, and is it worth doing? Because it's nice having Rowan's nice little model that you're going to see shortly. And then I'm thinking, well, if we were trying to explain NAFI way back in 2000 when it was getting going, we'd be saying, oh, you get this satellite and you do this and you do that and it makes a hotspot, and it sounded very, very complex then. And so this is complex, but the idea is it will eventually be plug and play, and we'll have a tool that you can look for your own country on. Very early days. So this is just a sample of some of the ignition runs this year on Olkola. We still need to be more precise in finding our ignition point data. So what we did with the map on the right here is we coloured in the dots in terms of the timestamp on the GPS, and then we were able to, when we put the fire scars underneath, we said, oh, it looks like this one lit. Like say it was a May fire, so you're only getting a few little patches. You can say, oh, this was the first ball that got dropped, and so let's take that fire scar as our sample. So I'm just going to show you one fire scar that we tried to copy. So the blue colours there are the May fires, and it's June is the fires coming through. So this is just a little close-up from NAFI, and we were trying to see if we could get to redo the June fire. So we picked a hot spot, and we pretended it was certain wind conditions and what the moisture and everything was. So we pretended we lit the fire here with the computer, and then it grew, and these little lines are like little creek lines. So, you've got all the little drainage gullies are on there. I know there's a pointer. And it grew again, and it grew again. So this one was like we were feeling like we were getting close in that that pale green country wouldn't have been burnt, and we were able to squeak through the burnt country and, make the fire flow just based on the geography and the fire history. So that was like a feeling of success, but we're really, really, really at the early stages. We need many, many more samples in different country types. And we really, really need to improve the data management. Like, that all looked nice and simple, but boy, that was it was hard to crack it out. So we need to know the location of the first ignition point, so you can say that this point here actually lit a fire, and then we can match it with the NAFI stuff and the weather and everything and see how good we can get it. The weather station occasionally stops recording. It's going with Wi-Fi, and everyone knows what the Wi-Fi, drops out and it drops. So you don't want that to happen just before you're going to be trying to do your model, because you won't have the weather data. There's a few what we call pre-processing issues, like getting that information talking to each other and ready to run. So it's not just the weather data, like the wind just here in your location. There's a neat little tool that you get that says, look, you're going to be going uphill and downhill, and you can make the wind, speed up and go slower because of where it is in the landscape. But trying to get all these things to actually work when there are different data formats. I won't bore you with too much computer stuff, but it's not plug and play. So you're always trying to trick the machine to make it all work properly. It's not easy to get the computer, again, I'll just have to keep saying it's not plug and play. CSIRO, they're trying to get it to that way, so it's a day-to-day tool, but their time horizon's 2 years. So 2 years to untangle all this mathsy stuff. And so part of me thinks, why are we doing this? And one of the reasons we're doing it is because, one, we've got all these carbon projects, and it could earn substantial amounts more money by being more strategic with your fires. And the other thing is that all of the examples, it's all run out of Canberra, and they're all southern examples, and we get nothing on the Cape. And so if we can see how this would be tweaked to work in our landscapes, we're going to be really ahead of the game. And so I'm persevering, even though you hit your head against a brick wall a little bit. We really need to get a better understanding of the accuracy of the data, like how much does the wind drop in certain vegetation types. Some of the wind direction information we're getting from the weather station, like it's more north, south, east, west, when really we need it to be more fine-tuned than that. And the current version of this Spark model can crash, so you're nearly there and then it's all out the window again. So it's very challenging. So just to reiterate a few things, it's the scale and the accuracy of the input data. We're trying to replicate what happens in real life, and what happens in real life is really, really complicated. So you're trying to find a middle ground of making it simple enough to be a tool to use, but not so broad that it won't even work. We need better wind information, getting the programs to talk to each other, being very, very clear, that incendiary line that I showed you, how do we know which ball actually lit a fire? So we need to do more on-ground stuff with, okay, let's do this especially for our model. This is us on the ground, here's our GPS, here's one ignition point. And that would help us with fine-tuning the model. The program's complex, and then once we can have some good confidence that we can replicate these fire scars, then how can we strategically then use the outputs in the planning and really make more money out of it? So where to next? The main thing is keep repeating the testing and trying to get the better data and more examples, so we've got some confidence in the system. And then we're comparing the pros and cons with what Rowan's about to present. So Rowan's model is much more hands-on, and it's very, very interactive, and lots of people can use it. There's some absolute great benefits from that, and this idea of this project was to say, well, there might be, if we look at the good and the bad of either side, of where's the real advantage, there might be some things that you can combine together and get something even better. And so we're very much at an exploratory project on this one. Hand over to you, Rowan. I think that's it from me.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lisi. Yeah, I think that idea that fire behaviour and managing fires is fundamentally difficult, and fire is a complex system to manage. Being able to predict fire behaviour is incredibly difficult. So I've really taken a completely different tact. What I'm trying to do is help people understand and share their experiences around fire management and fire behaviour. So it really is that communication, training and learning tool. And as was mentioned earlier today, I think sort of being able to have all of this underpinned by local knowledge and to support local knowledge in communication of why you're doing certain fire management and how that intersects around how you understand your country works. So I've been calling my work an incendiary simulation model and coming from quite a different angle. So good fire management is difficult, and how do we communicate clearly what we're trying to achieve? So it's really coming back to thinking and about where and when we are burning and why we are doing that. So I'm going to talk about that a bit, and then talk about the Olkola model and the simulation and the specific variables and underpinning factors that drive that model. And talking about PALM, that stands for Projection Augmented Landscape Model. So at lunchtime upstairs here, up those big stairs, we've got an example of this where we're projecting this model over the 3D landscape. And I find that really helpful to actually be able to directly visualise the terrain you're working with. Flat maps never tell you the full story about what's happening in country. So I'd like to say my models are descriptive, not predictive. They help you describe how fire behaves. I struggle to think that we will ever really be able to predict fire behaviour more than a few hours ahead. You know, we don't know what the weather's going to be next Tuesday afternoon. You know, the same way we're never going to be able to say how the fire's going to move in the next few days. Over a short time period, these rated spread models, which these Spark and Phoenix models are, they can be useful for knowing for immediate interventions, but over very long time spans, they can fall down. So, but we still need to be able to clearly describe and communicate where and when and where to burn. So the first key factors, I'm not telling you anything that you don't all know, but just trying to put this together in the simulation. So obviously the time of year, the time since the end of the wet season, and importantly, the time of day you put down your incendiaries affect the sort of outcome you get. And they're related to your wind speed, wind direction, temperature, humidity. So this is your fire weather variables you need to get a handle on. Then you've got your time since last burnt and vegetation type, which sort of helps describe the sort of fuel loads you have in country. And one of my initial motivations for developing this model was trying to communicate this time since last burnt layer that a lot of people are looking at and using in NAFI, but trying to make that dynamic and interactive so we can to explain to others why that's a particularly important layer. So understanding fuel load, then of course being able to look at what sort of breaks you already have on country. So where your rivers are, if you've got cliffs or roads or fences, those things that pre-exist that are going to pull up fire, incredibly important. And then you need to think about what you need to protect on country. So all of these things go into your fire planning, and these were all the key variables that I was trying to make explicit within my simulation. So how does the model work? What are the key variables, and how do we use that to understand fire? So I've simplified it a bit. So within these Spark and Phoenix models, they pull out curing, humidity and temperature as all these sort of separate variables, and you've got to plug all of those in. But essentially, across northern Australia, there's a strong correlation between all of these things and the end of the wet season. So it's generally the driest when it's the hottest and the least humid going towards the end of the year, when your fire danger weather is the highest. So I've given this, you know, this very general sort of fire danger rating, which is essentially a time of year setting. Then, of course, there's wind speed and direction. So I've modelled how, based on 4 different wind speed settings, that sort of changes the rate of spread, but the shape of spread. But importantly, these strong wind speeds, you get spotting. So when you get fires jumping roads, rivers, fence lines, and that's critical. And that's almost impossible to predict. Exactly where you're going to get an ember jumping over, you get a little bit of pandanus flying like a helicopter and going over and igniting another bit of bush. You're never going to be able to exactly predict that, but it's such an important thing to think about when you're managing fire, and that's why wind is so important as well. Spotting. And then, of course, your grass fuel layer. In the territory, we've got a lot of sort of hummock, spinifex country and long grass country, tussock grasses. You have a little bit of that up here. The way fuel accumulates since it was burnt is quite different, but depending on the type of grass fuel you've got. So linking that, as I said, back to your time since last burnt, pulling that straight off NAFI. The NAFI data is pretty coarse. It's not telling you the whole story, but for most places it's the best we've got. So at least it helps you sort of think about where you've got old fuels and where you've got new fuels. This sort of greenness index, all right, sometimes I call it topographic curing. You know, you get some bits of country that stay wetter for longer and other bits that dry earlier. So it's not just when during the year, when during the day, but it's that bit of country that dries first. You've got to sort of pick that country out first. So having this sort of view helps sort of think about that. The other thing which is important is these wet areas, you may not be able to burn them early, but later in the year when it's really hot and dry, they can become wicks and they'll take fire through country. So trying to put that in the model. So basically I'm listening to stories and learning about the way people are, what people are telling me about how country works and trying to put that into the model. So you can use that to explain to others. And of course, roads, fences and rivers, these are critical things for access, but also points of potential arson as well. Incredibly important. So another thing that I've been working on over the last 5-6 years is looking at fire edges. So looking at the history and using this incredible resource of 20 years of fire history we have in NAFI and looking at every single fire edge over 20 years and adding them together to see where fires have actually stopped. So this map here is where fires have stopped from the NAFI data, so over 18 years actually. And we can also divide that by the frequency of fires, so we get the proportion of fires that have stopped in every place on the Cape. And it's sort of pulling out the obvious, really. It's not telling us anything too amazing, and it shouldn't, but it gives us a level of confidence and complexity. I mean, you can see the rivers moving east-west across the country, and country is a little bit more complex. If we zoom in a little bit, yeah, once again, it's really sort of pulling out the main features that are stopping fires, because from my experience, it doesn't matter so much how quickly a fire is getting from point A to point B. What you want to know is it's going to bloody go out. And whether that's overnight or it's going to hit a point, it's going to go out. So this really helps sort of model that. So although it's not a sort of a spark level of sort of scientific interrogation, I'm really trying to put the best evidence-based data sets I can underneath it to help with my fire propagation. The other really key thing is the day-night cycle. So we really want fires to go out overnight, and that dew point first thing in the morning, you know, that's when you want your fires to go out. If they don't, if they tick along day after day, you've got a problem. So modelling that, being a really key factor, was important in my model as well. So the software I'm using to run this is called NetLogo. It's free open source software. You can get in the back end and have a look. You know, if you're an aspiring coder, you can play around with it. I don't want it to be a black box. I want it to be very open, and you can understand how gammon it might be, or where you might be able to improve it. But the key thing is those underlying data sets. Oops, just jump forwards one. So this is the sort of setup. You've got the whole bunch of fire weather panels and the landscape layers underneath. So it's like this sort of open GIS. You can sort of look through all of those, play with the fire weather settings, and then you can start to light up and see what sort of outcomes you can get. So as I said, we run this over a 3D landscape, but you can run it on any computer you want. Really easy to set up and really easy to play with. So we've got a couple of videos here, if we can press play, just to show you how the simulation works once it gets going. There we go. So here we're just going through the different landscape layers that affect fire propagation in the landscape. We can look at the satellite imagery, we can look at where the roads are. Then we go and set a fire weather danger. This is running through quite quickly. In this case, I'm putting in a fire line in a very low fire danger setting. You can see it's gone out at night time, but we didn't get a very good burn. We didn't get a very contiguous burn. It went out too quickly, so we wasted a bit of money. We put this burn in, we said, bugger that, I'm going to make sure I get a good burn. Let's try November. Nice strong winds. Aha. This wasn't a very good outcome either. So it's jumped all of our fences and brakes, and it's going on. So instead of just wasting a bit of money putting on those brakes, you know, we're going to get in a lot of trouble from this one. This one's just not going out. So you can see when it goes dark and light, that's going through the day-night cycle. So complete disaster. Let's try a middle way. Let's try the right time to burn. So this time the fire's ticking along, night time, it starts to go out. It's jumped over the fence here a little bit, sparked up the next day, next night, it's gone out. So it did go on a little bit, but now it's gone out. So it's not too bad an outcome. Now let's see what happens if we have a lightning strike later in the year, put up the fire settings really high. It's pulled up that fire. So it's just a really simple explanation. I'm surprised how difficult it is to get some people, particularly from down south, to understand how you can use fire to control fire. I mean, it's bloody obvious to us, but yeah, people say, oh, don't burn, you know, why are you burning? It's like, well, this is how. This is why you need to use fire to control fuel loads. So being able to explain it simply and clearly like this, I think is quite useful. And because it's like this pseudo gaming platform, I often get kids and others to actually play with this themselves, because one thing much better than telling people what to do is for them to teach themselves through interaction. Can we have the next slide? Is this the next one? Yeah, this. So this is just an example where, as Lisa was saying, you can sort of see, using these simulations, potentially the sort of outcomes you might get when you've already set your previous burns. So press play on this one. This one is showing, I did a high resolution map of the prescribed burning in Olkola, which is on the right. Left is no burning, and this is a simulation of a fire on a really bad fire weather day, strong winds and very hot. So you can see with the prescribed burns that they did put in, so these are the actual prescribed burns. The fire is having difficulty sort of moving through. With no prescribed burns, it's just taking off. There's no way you can pull up that fire. And now not all these prescribed burns are perfect, they're not completely contiguous. But they do give you the opportunity. You can see how that fire struggled to move through. You can identify that, and you can potentially go in, as we saw AWC, using leaf blowers or whatever the other technique is, just to pull them up. So it's an illustration how, even without perfect burns, it gives you that opportunity to fight fires later in the year. So just a very simple simulation, and creating these videos is really easy, and they can become part of a training platform. So that's what I'm trying to do with Olkola Mob now, is sort of work with them to see how we can sort of train everyone up to be able to run the simulation and those platforms. So this is the Olkola model that we've got upstairs, if you want to come up and have a look at lunchtime. We've chosen sort of a section in the middle. We haven't tried to do the whole thing this time, but just the main section. We might move it over a bit later in the year to include a little bit more, but it just gives us a platform to start to play with. So just some examples. So I've been doing this work across Northern Australia the last 4 or 5 years. This is an example from Jutburra-Gregory National Park in the East Kimberley NT. And you can see here we've got bushfires NT, we've got local ranger group, TOs, parks, all sitting around this model together, sort of starting to talk through how they might use their fire management in this landscape. So a great way to bring people together. And because it's sort of fun and it looks neat, you know, it sort of breaks some barriers. We also have used it extensively for on-country workshops. So this is quite a remote camp. It was like 3 or 4 hours drive down a dusty four-wheel drive track. As long as you've got a gen set somewhere, we built this sort of little, humpy shed, and we set it up in there. And then one of the great things is getting the kids involved. And when I'm talking, I never talk about somebody else's country. I mean, I can play with the simulation, but it's not my job to tell any stories about that country. But it brings the kids in. And here we've got an elder, a TO from that country. Once we've got the kids in, because they love the technology, you know, even the 5-year-olds are there, you know, trying to burn the place down. You know, you get them in, but then you've got them captured and you can sort of start to pass down stories. So that's been really effective. This is out Gumbalanya in Arnhem Land. So they really had a lot of fun really talking about and thinking through their fire management. And I've done a lot of stuff in schools throughout Darwin, so every year I spend a bit of time going to a lot of schools, both primary school and high school. And all the kids, they just love it, they run, they touch it. And because it's tactile, I like that as well. You know, we spend so much of our lives, you know, attached to a 2-dimensional screen. Making things tactile and 3-dimensional, again, gets people engaged, The kids love it, and for me it's really important for all of these projects. You know, we're doing this now, but the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, it won't be much longer than they're the ones in control. They need to be thinking about the complexity of fire management now. And, you know, there's so much talk about STEM stuff, how important STEM is. I don't think there's anything more complicated than good land management. The amount of different things you need to have in your head to balance up and to translate that into good outcomes. I mean, it's several PhDs worth of knowledge that, you know, good land managers have in there. And getting kids to understand this is really important as well. You know, they talk about, you know, the future is in coding and technology and robots and drones. For me, the future is in good land management, you know, and the new climate change conditions. There's so much need for good land management, and there's going to be so many jobs out there. But there is all this science, technology, and combining that with local knowledge and using these sort of tools, I think, is really important. So, yeah, it's been a real pleasure to work with Olkola on this, and I hope to continue for the next couple of years. I don't know if you want to say anything about this project, Kat? Well, not anyway, it's great working with these guys, and you know, hoping that we might be able to set this up at the new training site at Laura some stage in the future, and get more people involved. But yeah, if you want to have a look, come upstairs, and hopefully Olkola colleagues will show you how it all works. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rowan, Lisi and Deb. We do have the opportunity for a couple of quick questions. If anyone's got any questions, we've got a mic somewhere roving around the room. Ori up the back has a microphone. So don't be shy. If someone from the audience doesn't come up with a question, I have to.
Sorry, I'll use this one. How do the two models compare, the Spark and the Palm, out of interest? When you run a simulation, if you run a simulation in the same spot?
No.
What was it? Yep. That you hear about all of this stuff, and you know, like I saw the first little snippet of that CSIRO thing, and you're thinking, oh, how could I use this in the Cape? But you don't actually understand it. It just looks like someone's nice presentation. And then I saw Rowan stuff in Darwin, and I'm thinking, oh, that looks really nice, but you don't really get it sometimes until you actually do it yourself. And so, and in your own conditions and your own, you know, landscape that you understand a bit better. So the proposal that we put up, it's actually funded by TNC. So I put the proposal up to Luke to say, well, why don't we just get an example going so we can see how these things might apply to us. So we're still really at the stage of nutting them out and understanding how they work before we can compare them on a single point. But that's actually not the point of it. The point of it is to say, okay, well, what's going to, you know, there's pros and cons for everything. There might be things that can blend together. So, for instance, there's a Spark thing, if it works and it's really more precise, you could use Rowan's 3D landscape and shine that map down to see it working. So you could combine ideas. Or you might think, oh man, that Spark stuff, let the CSIRO guys go nut it out and we'll work it out further down the track. But Rowan's work is really great for that engagement. So it's like anything, there's different tools available and you use the tool to do the job. And some tools, we're still working out, well, how did they actually make this spanner? You know, what went into doing it? We haven't actually got the spanner in our hand yet. So we can't compare at that level, Alex.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think there's different use cases for the two approaches. But yeah, I'd be reticent to compare them, and I mean, I do have a deeply held cynicism about the fact that you might ever really effectively be able to predict fire over the long term, just because the complexity of the data sets you need. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think that they're different approaches and different uses, but so there wouldn't be much value in comparing outcomes in that respect.
Thank you. I think it was Gavin this morning that said, you know, he goes out and he looks outside and he uses the knowledge from the elders and from the landscape and everything, and the computer says no. And I think particularly that the tool that Rowan was showing there is a really good way to bridge that gap between the computer saying no and the knowledge that people have, and so that we can actually take that computer knowledge but also overlay the human knowledge that people all through this room have, and make the tool more effective. I won't go to another question. I'll come across to Darryl Killen. Again, I've got the easiest job in the world introducing these people today. I think just about everyone knows Darryl. He's been involved in carbon projects on the Cape probably from the start or close to it. Tropical forestry has been continuing his work also down here on the tableland. So Darryl's going to have a bit of a chat with us around where he's seen the carbon projects on the Cape evolve and what the future might look like. So please welcome Darryl.
Okay, yeah, I thought it could be useful to just take a bit of a step back, have a bit of a look at this whole story that we're all building, because I mean, every industry has a story, and this one certainly does on the Cape, and everyone in this room is part of that. And I think it's just good sometimes to just take a step back and look at what the trends are and what's happening. So. I'm not going to touch this thing now, apart from using the pointer. So, look, I think it's important to note that whilst the Savanna Burning method is not perfect, it's the largest, it's one of the most significant change in fire regimes, really, probably in a century on the Cape. I mean, ever since traditional owners were taken off the land, really, and pastoralism took over, we haven't seen such a change in the fire regimes in the past 8 years, for over 100 years on the Cape. So it's really just important to understand we are actually changing the fire regimes on the Cape in a very short space of time. Here's some of the data. I'm going to present it in a bit more graphical information shortly, but in essence, this is I've taken a baseline of 2000 to 2012 here. The first projects on the Cape were Olkola and Pomperoa, and the method really came in 2013, and then projects started to accelerate through 14, 15. So this second set of data here is looking at the 2013 to the current year, and I've included the current year, even though, because most of the fires have stopped, so I have looked at 2021 data. All this information is publicly available. It's all on the NAFI InfoNet site. The other data I'm going to present later is all on the Clean Energy Regulator website, so all the data is publicly available. So please don't shoot me afterwards. So you can see here the different categories I've classified were non-Indigenous pastoral, not started yet, projects that haven't started, Indigenous management, and I call that total actual Indigenous management. I don't include joint management in Indigenous management, because whether you agree with me or not, I don't think those are Indigenous run projects when they're through joint management arrangements. And there's conservation as well, which does include private conservation as well as national park, and then the aggregate. So some trends here really are that we've gone from overall across the area here I looked at was about 10 million hectares too. So it's a significant portion, and they include the carbon projects, but they also include non-carbon projects on national parks. So we used to have, back in the bad old days there, we had 9% of the Cape that's across 10 million hectares burnt early and 41.5% burnt late. And we look at, we've gone from 9% up to 16.5% early, and the late has dropped from 41 down to 22. So clearly that's success. So go to this one. And just again, to make it really simple, this is the burnt area changes, and this is the unburnt area. So all projects across all tenure types or land management types effectively have got a reduction in the burnt area. And burnt area is any burnt area. It includes early and late fires. You'll see here the red is Indigenous. On average, the Indigenous early burning is now greater than the late season, and it's come down from a very high base. The blue is pastoral, the green is conservation, and the black is aggregate. And again here, the unburnt areas across all project and land management types are going up. So we're burning less, but we're also burning more strategically. So these are carbon credits issued by the regulator. They don't include private sales, if you like. So these are issued from the regulator. It doesn't include all carbon credits because some people may not have put their offsets reports in yet. I'm sorry, the figure here probably should be in white, but there's basically 210,000 carbon credits in the conservation areas, if you like. 1.25 million credits have been earned through Indigenous projects and 1.45 million projects through non-Indigenous pastoral projects on the Cape. So just under 3 million ACCUs generated across 38 projects on Cape York. So there's 3 of those projects have been revoked. So we've got 35 projects across the Cape. That's a lot of projects, a lot of small projects across the Cape. Who receives the carbon credits? Again, this is all publicly available information. So we have the big issue up here. These are all the country carbon projects. Now, for those people that don't know, many of you would, country carbon had its fit and proper person status removed by the Clean Energy Regulator. These are the other here's Olkola, here's APN, and here's everyone else, as you can see here. So again, I'm just emphasising here that there's a lot of small projects on the Cape, and really this big country carbon chunk consists of a lot of graziers as well. So that's who has received the carbon credits. Hopefully this issue here is going to be resolved, and it would be beneficial, hopefully, to those landowners if they could get some of their carbon credits, because I know some of them are still waiting for those. So these are the pastoral projects, about 37%. If you find out the change in fire regimes, we've got what I call the M curve, we've got the early season burn, and then we've got the late fires still happening. So they comprise pastoral leases where cattle grazing is dominant land use. So what tends to happen, I've noticed from my time on the Cape, is that graziers burn less early, much less than, say, Indigenous projects do. But they also have very successful time fighting fires. They often get out and put a lot of fires out too, so their overall results are pretty good. Yeah, next. Indigenous projects, 25.6% of that 10 million hectares. These are all the ERF projects run, what I call, solely by Indigenous groups. So that's where the Indigenous groups are actually in full control of the project. They don't have to go through joint management arrangements or other complex arrangements. Again, here you'll see the change. A much higher percentage of early dry season burns and still late fires as well, but again, a very big reduction in August and September. And you'll note through this presentation, you'll see that we all struggle in the September-October period still. We have fires that start in September, late September, and then they go through October into November, and that's still very much a danger point for all of us. We're not, late fire still beats us quite often. Yep, thanks. Conservation tenure. So this includes national parks that have been burnt for a long time before carbon was introduced. And again, you see here the change, early, late. You'll start to see a very similar pattern here. I'm trying to make the point that this overall, when we manage fire strategically and use the Savanna Burning method, we tend to end up with the same results. We're all getting better at it. Everyone, right across the board. Next. These areas that have not yet started projects, and you'll see here they are still dominated by late dry season fires, obviously, because they haven't had a project yet. Thanks. So that's the area that is effectively under better fire management across the Cape. They include parks without ERF projects, but they also include all the carbon Savanna Burning projects. And again, see here a total change in the fire regime. There's the old, here's the new. So my challenge and question today is, how can we, in every single one of these graphs, there's been the late fires. You know, we're much better with early dry season fire. Early on in the late dry season, we have initial results, but we're all still having too many late dry season fires. And that can reduce your revenue from carbon credits, but it can also be really bad for country, as we've seen. Some of those late fires do a fair bit of carnage. Next. And this is just accies.com.au if you want to go and see the current carbon price, in case you've been under a rock and haven't realised. The carbon price has rocketed up in the past few months. Prices have pretty much doubled. And this has happened since COP26, when Article 6 was signed. Article 6 allows carbon credits to be traded internationally. And so basically European energy companies that need to buy carbon credits are all racing over here to Australia and buying our carbon here because it's cheap. It's like $110 Australian in Europe at the moment, so to buy carbon here at $40 is actually cheap. Most of the people buying carbon credits are not normal at the moment, are not the normal purchases for the last 5 years. There's a lot of speculators involved and a lot of people coming over from overseas going, hey, let's grab some of that carbon now before it gets higher in price. So finally, the federal government policy has been broken apart by the market. You know, we're finally at the point now where the market has overtaken policy, and thank goodness for that. So you can hopefully see this continue. Thanks. So, as a summary, the Savanna Burning method works across tenures and land management types across years. We're having success with this method. We have changed the fire regime on Cape York substantially in an 8-year period. But my challenging question is, what can we do in the next 8 years? You know, can we change it again? Can we take another step up? And I'm arguing the only way we can step up is if we work together more across projects, across organisations, and really truly collaborate. Because fire doesn't respect boundaries, as you all know. So a lot of the grazing projects, they burn the least in the early dry season, but they've reduced late dry season fires considerably. Indigenous projects are burning the most in the early dry season, but have also reduced late dry season fires considerably, albeit from a higher base. Conservation areas, including national parks, have been burning the longest in the early dry season, and they actually have an impressive record, often despite negative perceptions. That's not how you spell negative. And unburnt areas are up across all categories with similar trend lines. So, again, whilst this method's not perfect, don't knock something that is actually working. Improvement potential. Firefighting is still an issue, and under the 2018 sequestration method, for those who a lot of you would know, the new method that has been prioritised by the Minister as one of the 5 priorities for 2022 to work on includes carbon from coarse woody debris, which is all the carbon stored on the ground that's left behind. So it's all those logs that are left behind because we burn early in cool conditions. And the carbon stored in those coarse woody debris gives you more carbon credits. But that means you have to fight fires more. So if we all with those prices going up and everyone thinking, hey, cool, we can get some more revenue here, maybe we look at the 2018 method, but then you go back to those graphs and you see, hey, we're all having problems with our October fires. So we have to, if we are going to go transition to the new method, we have to reduce late season fires in October. We must, you know, collaborate and be better at putting fires out. And I'm asking the question, can we hit the magic 15% early and 15% late by working together more to generate more ACCUs? I mean, I've noticed over time, a lot of people in this game, everyone has their own little project, everyone's very focused internally on what they're doing. We all run our boundaries, and then, I mean, I'm not saying people don't work together, people are working together, but I think we can do it better and smarter, and particularly around firefighting, I don't think we're working together as well as we could. Obviously the Bushfire Royal Commission's come and gone, and there's a bit of money been left around, and I think it's a time to come up with some creativity in the policy and industry development ideas. Like, we are an industry here. We have full ownership and control over where we want to head in the next decade or so. What do we want to see? How do we want to work together? What structures do we need in place? What arrangements do we need in place? What funding and what research and what science and what operations and how can we integrate cultural burning? All these questions. Thanks. So some other ideas I'm just throwing out there, and I know QFest are going to talk about this later. They've obviously got a mitigation program coming up again. What does that mean for all of us? You know, fixed wing versus chopper, again, these sorts of questions, which I'm sure that we can explore later. Fire brigades have generally low recruitment. Fire wardens, a lot of people don't want to join brigades anymore. A lot of the brigades are full of, the demographics getting older. Even the type of the manner and style in which we fight fires, often using water tankers and machinery, is not always available in remote areas. So how can we fly people in at night time, work through the night, use leaf blowers, these sorts of direct attack measures that require a different set of skill set to the traditional brigade arrangements often. I'm not saying you don't use water where you've got it, but quite often you don't have a road nearby where you want to put the fire out. How do we achieve a more coordinated and precise aerial burning program? Could we have a roving late dry season firefighting exercise across the Cape where we go around different areas and we rehearse firefighting? It's in June, and we rehearse a fire in October, and getting people together and actually running those scenarios. I think this sort of thing needs state government support as well as industry. I'm not saying industry should just do this on its own. Are we going to pay volunteer firefighters if we can get them to work over the night? I mean, you need to put fires out at night time. It's crazy. As all of you know, it's been on a fire. You've got the flame heights is here instead of here. You can see where the fire is. The problem is you need more advanced communication and safety tools. What's the future of the country carbon projects? I know there's been a bit of work done by Cape York NRM in regard to this, but I think we need to explore those, giving more support to those projects and making sure that they can benefit from the uptick in the price. Because at the moment, most people don't realise a lot of those projects are on fixed price contracts of $12.50. They're still stuck on the old price. How do we help those projects more? Arson's been talked a bit about today. Do we need private investigators? Do we need to have more consequences around arson, particularly late in dry season? It is happening regularly. I mean, these are thorny. Some of these are touchy, thorny subjects, but these are things I think we should consider, contemplate. Do we need a regional Cape York communications infrastructure package? Things like having the NAFI service the data packs instead of opening up NAFI and having to download all of the actual front end. Can we get kilobyte delivered hotspots that are just simply a grayscale cross to someone on the ground through a SAT sleeve that you can get real-time access instead of loading the whole site up? How do we get more UHF coverage? Internet of Things. How are we going to record fire science, fuel loads, all the things that's been spoken about by Rowan and Lisi? You know, how do we get groups to consistently record the fuel loads before fires and after fires? Photo points. We have a 20-year opportunity to collect data here. If we get to the 25 years from these projects starting and we haven't used that opportunity to collaborate and get standardised data with the largest fire conservation program in the world, then, you know, have we missed an opportunity to collaborate around data collection? Could each carbon project put aside 5% of its ACCUs, and then we could probably triple that funding from from other sources if we did that towards common infrastructure and field exercises. You know, 3 million carbon credits to date. They haven't all been at that recent price, but if you project forward and go, look, if we're going to generate 500,000 carbon credits a year minimum, and if we go the new method, it might even be closer to 1 million. If you get 1 million carbon credits a year and the price is $50, it's $50 million in the Cape. You know, what, 5% of that, could we look at putting that aside and all working on common infrastructure and exercises so that everyone steps up? We all know you're only as good on your fire management as your neighbour. If your neighbour's struggling with something, then helping them out is going to help you out in the long run too. I'm going to throw a few other curveballs in here too. What's QFES doing towards zero emissions? Could there be a commitment there that could be reinvested as well into Savanna Burning? I've mentioned the fire science already. We do need to improve fuel loads. If we're going to have these models that have just been presented, we've got to have more data to feed into those models, because models are only as good as the data you give it. You know. And last one here, I know CDU have done a lot of work in this space, but other universities haven't been so far that very involved. And could we have more coordinated research, development and innovation in fire operations? Yeah, what's happening with drones, remote area mapping? I'm not saying it's all technology solutions is all that's required, but can we have more support from the university sector to run these projects better across the Cape? So there's some things to ponder from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Darryl. So we have the opportunity for questions again. Anyone got any questions to throw at Darryl or any of the speakers that have presented so far this morning? Over there, the microphone's on its way.
That was great. We love to see all the NAFI data analysed, Darryl. Thanks. I noticed all the analysis you did was of all the different tenure types. Did you do a comparison between on-project and off-project areas, you know, to illustrate how that was changing?
Do you want to come back up here, Darryl?
There's not many areas of the Cape that are not covered by projects at the moment, but there was a couple there I had that not yet started, and yeah, they still have late fires. One of them is the Northern Narracoon project that hopefully is being considered now to come on board. A lot of areas further south of there, as you know, in that western side of the Gulf, got a lot of tea trees, so they're ineligible vegetation, so I kind of excluded them. I mean, we have a lot of late fires in just south of the rainfall, the 1,000 mil isohyet, so there's a big chunk in there that cop late fires too, but that's more ineligible vegetation related. Yeah, so there's very few areas left actually to compare that don't have a project. I'm more interested in what are the relative performance measures we're using as an industry to get better, and how can we standardise those and also improve the data collection as well, so that we can actually have a story. Again, it's about a story, right? We're actually creating a story right now. What do we want that story to look like in 20 years' time? What was the information we might look back on and go, hey, we should have got that information while we could have. You know, weather stations, like was being discussed, fire science, cultural burning, fire-sensitive vegetation, long unburned areas, arson, all these things. Like, how are we going to actually? You can't manage something you're not measuring. So how are we going to measure these things, and how do we define success? Any other questions?
Yeah, you can answer.
Oh.
Darryl. One of the problems that I see, certainly up on the Cape, are the people who don't burn, whose land doesn't get burnt, and then that presents a threat to those who are carrying out controlled burns, etc., for the carbon farming. What can we do to address that? There's obviously a real issue with this in a number of places where you have vast blocks of land where no fire management whatsoever happens until late in the season.
Yeah, it's a good question, because under the methodology, if you don't burn and you have, I guess, there is a perverse incentive in a way. If you don't burn all, you actually earn more carbon credits, but you're supposed to actually undertake the activity still. So, I mean, from what I've seen on the Cape too, there are certainly projects in areas that I have wondered how they've passed an audit, to be frank, with the lack of activity around that. And quite often I think some of those areas have benefited from all the neighbours doing the heavy lifting. So, if you don't do any burning at all and all your neighbours do, you actually do quite well at it from a carbon perspective if you don't have a late fire. And then, well, I think we've seen in the last few years, though, some of those areas have been hit. But look, it's a really good question, and I think it comes down to, again, peer group pressure in a way. If we can all get together and say, look, this is, as an industry, this is what we expect. Other sort of targets that we'd like to see everyone move towards, and then I think we can have a bit of peer group pressure. But I think also, if we can encourage transition to the new method, then that will actually increase firefighting, and hopefully those people will at least help fight. If they don't want fire at all, they'll help put fires out at least, and that can still benefit other projects as well. But look, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the areas, as you know, are decreasing. I mean, we've got a lot of the Cape under much better fire regime than, as you would, well, no one knows more than you how much has happened in the last 20 years. So it's certainly looking better than it was, but we're always going to have our problem children, I think, aren't we? Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, Ori, there's a question over here.
For Indigenous groups that want to start taking it on and are interested in carbon and trying to make a bit of money to get back on country or off their country, how do they go about engaging people or contacting people to come and give them a hand? We're up from Lockhart River on the Doggett, east and around the Wenlock as well, and as you've heard, there's a lot of problem on the Lockhart access road itself. We don't have a ranger group there. The council's not interested in supporting rangers or getting on in country. Land Trust is functional. We've been trying to get Land Trusts to have meetings to get us together so we can start getting opportunities or try to get opportunities on country. So I suppose could Cape York NRM come up to Lockhart to talk to the Indigenous people themselves? How do we instigate that? There's a couple of groups from Lockhart here that are up. The only ranger groups we have, like with the joint management, a lot of the support goes there, but yeah, on Indigenous land ourselves, we got no support or no contacts or nothing. How would we go about trying to get somewhere, I suppose?
Yep, we'll grab Alex to answer that one, please.
Unless someone else wants to. Chris, you've come to the right place. So hopefully there's there's lots of opportunities. I probably can't outline them all, but if anyone in the room feels like they're in a position to give Chris some info, we got a comment here. 2 comments. Good. Hang on, we got a mic coming.
Hi Chris, it's Anna. I think we've had maybe a quick conversation on the phone a few weeks back, and I'll be giving a presentation after lunch about the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network, but this network's been set up to help provide that kind of support so that we can share information, and we're putting together some communication resources to help get information out there. But there's lots of different types of information, and so there's, you know, sort of the general information about the opportunity and how to access that opportunity. But then there's also a lot of work to be done on the ground, you know, with your own people in terms of working out what you want out of the project. So there's lots of different aspects to it, and I guess the first step is just to kind of get across what the opportunity is, what the risks are, and so that's hopefully what the workshop we're running later today will be about. So I encourage you and anyone else who's interested to find out a bit more about the carbon market and how it, the sort of opportunities it offers Indigenous groups to come along to that today. Watch this space. There'll be more coming later today. I won't talk too much now.
Thank you. Hi, Chris, and everyone else, and especially anyone from Lockhart. I was up there for quite a few years, and I'm quite familiar with the country and the groups and the different kind of fire regimes you get, and the different groups that are involved in managing, or not managing sometimes, those different parts of country. I'm really happy to talk to anyone about their opportunities, and your kind of country classically hasn't been really good for a carbon project, but with the changes, it could be becoming more so. So, yeah, happy to have a chat with anyone about it.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions? We are leading towards a little bit of organisation we need to do and then lunch. So we might move straight into that. So over lunch there is the demonstration upstairs for the 4D mapping tool that Rowan was talking about. I believe you're going to run that for the entire lunch period, is that correct? Yep, for the entire lunch period. Do you have a limit on numbers you can have in there at any particular time? Do you? Yeah, okay, so if we can just keep people... No, you don't get to eat, sorry. So that'll be going on upstairs. Lunch is for an hour. We'll come back after lunch and we'll have a couple more presentations. First up, we've got Peter speaking about the Firesticks program and how that's going at the moment. And then we've got Anna, who just introduced herself to present. After that, we'll go into the workshop sessions that we've been talking about. So once you come back after lunch, it will be into this room collectively, and we'll split up into the workshops after that. If you can check the door up the back beside the big map, it's the list of names of people who's in what workshop. If your name is not on there, please grab one of the Cape York NRM staff that will be out in the foyer area, and they'll assist you in registering for those workshops. We've got an hour for lunch, and so we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
the eastern seaboard of Australia. Kylie is our co-chair. We have a unique governance model in that we don't have a CEO, we have a shared leadership model. So 4 of us actually play the role of the CEO as well as involved in operations on the ground. We provide leadership, advocacy to protect and conserve and look after the natural environment, applying cultural fire and reviving cultural fire practices across Australia. Next slide, thanks, so our work is based on the knowledge triangle, which is about knowing who you are, knowing what it does, and knowing how to do it. And this is an Indigenous framework that we apply to everything that we do. You'll hear a little bit more about cultural fire credits tomorrow. This is the underpinning philosophy for the cultural fire credits as well. We're about respect for traditional knowledge, health of country and people, intergenerational transfer, importantly, and particularly in the fire space. Partnerships, mentoring, training and resources, and bringing those through the role that we play directly to mobs on the ground. Importantly in that is the protection of ICIP, not only the elders ICIP, but also those traditional groups that we work with across the nation, their ICIP as well, and we have a number of tools and mechanisms that we're applying in the space, and you might hear a bit more about them later on. The whole idea is to strengthen the network and for there to be a voice for Indigenous people to actually implement cultural fire or fire on country in the way in which they want to. Next slide. So this is our basis of our framework. It's Indigenous-led protocols. It's about community and mentorship, so it's not about leaving the community behind. You know, we've had a lot of approaches to train rural fire service, train park staff, for example, even Indigenous park staff, and where the community can't actually be present or isn't allowed to be on that piece of country, we won't go ahead with that. So it is really about community, the whole entire community, and cultural fire is not just about the fire, and we'll see a little bit more about that in a second. Importantly, it's about knowledge of country, and we've heard a little bit this morning about, you know, predictive models, understanding where fire might go. And one of the amazing things I remember being out on country with those old people and them saying, oh, the fire's going to stop over here, girl, and it's going to stop over there, and it's going to do that, and it's going to do this. And I'm like, what? How do they know that? And, you know, after being on country with them, after that first night of being absolutely terrified of how the hell is that fire going to stop and how the hell are we going to put it out, because we don't have anything, a winch, an esky, no ice left. So yeah, it's really about knowing country. And also that old fella saying to me once when I showed him Google Earth, oh, that's good for you, girl, and it's good for those young ones, but I already see my country that way. Next slide, please. We support First Nations people across Australia. So we're working in Tasmania, South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland, Southeast Queensland, Northern New South Wales, Central New South Wales, Southern New South Wales, Western New South Wales. Don't think we've sort of missed anywhere. Primarily what we do is about, you know, supporting the maintenance of that fire on country, but also the revival of that. So next slide. In 18 months, we've grown from 3 consultants to 11 staff that are established across the eastern seaboard. They are Indigenous people working in their own communities, working with their own communities, increasing cultural fire on their country and their landscapes. So we have a training, mentoring and certification program. It was piloted in the Hunter a couple of years ago. We now have 40 students that are almost finished their Cert 3. We are expanding that program in Southeast Queensland, working with about 7 traditional owner groups collectively there. There's 14 Aboriginal land councils working together in the Hunter program. We also heard a little bit this morning about working together, and as someone who's worked in Cape York predominantly for my entire life, I can say that I've been saying this message constantly, and I wish that we could go back 10 years ago when the carbon industry first started on Cape York and people were actually willing to work together, because I think we could see a big difference. And one of the things that old Dr. George used to say all the time is we've got to work together. It's really important. So bringing all of these traditional owner groups together, there's a strength in that, and there's a mentorship between those groups, sharing of knowledge not only around fire, but around kinship, practice, dance, ceremony, and understanding and knowing country, and ensuring that culture is maintained. and that they're able to contribute that to the Western or the wider contemporary society. So we run this program a couple of ways. So the Cert 3s run in 4 blocks. We actually deliver most of it on country. There's, as you progress to a diploma, more of that obviously background work is done. But in addition to those blocks, we also do 50 days on country, going to a number of different country types across all of those different mobs' country. So they are visiting each other's country and they are learning about how to burn on each other's country and the different country types that are there over that period of time. So it's strengthening that network in a number of ways, and it's actually achieving that landscape scale fire management that so many of us really want to see. We work with local providers, so currently the staff are doing their trainer and assessor, me included, and so that's so that we can assess without having anyone sort of on country with us, particularly for some of those other areas. So you walk away with a qualification, but you also walk away with that traditional cultural way of learning and of knowing and being in country. Next slide. Oh, video.
The Firesticks training program is so important to get the training for Indigenous fire management across all the communities and helping each other and sharing knowledge to look after this country into the future.
It's connecting people with the land and each other, and it's another way for us to build stronger communities and look after the land together.
It's giving us the tools that we need to lead for our people. Education, employment and training is very important. It's helping us maintain, manage, protect and preserve country as well.
Firesticks is recording all of that information for the pre-burn assessment and along the transects for the north, south, east and west, and then we're going to use that data to showcase the cultural burn.
One of the most beneficial things that we're learning about is learning about country and how we heal country, how we heal people, and how we heal our young ones, because they are the future generation.
It's like we're rebirthing again in another way. It's connection to our law, to our language, to our identity, to our spirit, honouring and respecting the old ones and you know, the ancient knowledge that they had, and to be able to, you know, set the benchmark for best cultural practice in caring for country and healing country, and our overall well-being and spirit is the most, it's exciting.
It's what I'm going to leave my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren and on is a legacy. It's country, it's the planet. I want to be able to leave my descendants with healthy country.
We'd like to thank Suncorp for their involvement and support for these training programs, and we're really looking forward to a really bright future of looking after our country, receding the wildfires, and giving our children of the future a beautiful land to live on forevermore.
You know, our old people always said, growing up, you know, look after country. Always look after country.
Got to get back to the land,
Yeah, so thanks everyone. Just an apology from Victor Stephenson, who you've seen there in the film. He's actually at Warrabinda today and hasn't been home for I think almost a year, as with the rest of us. So next slide, Ben. That's just a bit more about what I've already explained to you about the things we do in the training programs. Next slide, Ben, before they kick me off. They're the units that we deliver, the 6 competencies. Next slide. And this is what I'll be talking a little bit more about in our workshop. So some of the tools and ways that we things we're doing and using to monitor, document, describe country. So we feel like there's a lot that needs to be learnt back the other way, and ways of describing and explaining the world just as much as what we have to understand and learn about what Western science can bring to us and give to us in providing solution to these problems. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks, Kylie, for that introduction. We do have a slight change to the agenda now. Alex did mention it earlier. We were going to have a section here with Mark Kurzweil from Major Organised Crime Squad. Unfortunately, Mark couldn't make it. So we've rejigged the agenda a little bit, and I'd like to ask Anna from the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network to come forward. We've brought Anna forward because we think sharing where the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network is at will actually lead better into some of the workshops and some of the discussion that's on tomorrow morning as well. So if you could please join me in welcoming Anna to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and just want to say thanks very much to Cape York NRM for having us today and hosting this event, and just how lovely it is to see everyone face to face after such a long time, plugging away on the Zoom and phones, and yeah, it's just really great to see everybody. My name's Anna Bousted. I'm the coordinator of the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network. I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of this country and to elders past, present and emerging. And I'd also like to acknowledge traditional owners of the lands on which we work right across Australia. There we go. Oh. Okay, thank you. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the network, it emerged in 2018 when a group of Indigenous organisations got together at the North Australia Savanna Fire Forum and decided to form a network to support the Indigenous organisations that are involved in the carbon industry to connect and share knowledge, and really as a way of acknowledging the enormous growth that was happening and has continued to happen in the industry. That was back in 2018, and so since then I've been employed part-time to coordinate the network, and we're very fortunate to have been able to bring on board a communications officer, Ben Gertz, who's sitting over there in the striper shirt, and we also have a legal and policy advisor, Holly Grace, who's consults to ICIN and helps keep us informed on the policy side. It initially was overseen by a steering committee of 7 Indigenous organisations across North Australia, and we've just transitioned into a limited company structure. So we're overseen by a 7-person Aboriginal board of directors. And members, we've been working with members over the past couple of years on a constitution, and the constitution, that members were very determined to make the constitution as specific as possible. So full membership is limited to Indigenous organisations that own a carbon project or directly produce carbon credits, and associate membership is open to any Indigenous organisation around Australia with an interest in the carbon market. And I'd also like to say we acknowledge our funders, governments across North Australia and the Nature Conservancy. So in our constitution sets up who we are, and Sorry, if we could go back a point. And our purpose of ICIN, which is to promote and facilitate an active, innovative and Indigenous-led carbon industry supporting health in country and better livelihoods for Indigenous people. Next slide. We have a website which Ben manages, and also 2 social media channels. We have a Facebook page, Indigenous Carbon Industry Network, and Twitter, which is @IndigCarbonNet. Am I right there, Ben? Yes. Ben will be sharing some photos from today as well. There is some resources up there, and we will be putting more communication resources up there in the next few months. So for anyone keen to get a better understanding of what the Indigenous carbon industry is, and also the latest news and updates, because it is a very fast-moving space. We also host the annual North Australia Savanna Fire Forum, and it was last held face-to-face in 2020, and Victor Stephenson was actually the keynote speaker that year. So you can see Victor there pictured with Dean Yabarbuk, who was on our board, and Otto Campion, who's a senior elder with the Arafura Swamp Rangers up in Ramingining. And next slide, please. So the key outcome from that year was really just recognising that North Australia is recognised around the world for its best practice Indigenous-led fire management, and that particularly out of the bushfire crisis emerged greater recognition of the need to support Indigenous fire management. Rowan Fisher, who presented earlier today, he also demonstrated how the change in terms of shifting the fire regime from one dominated by hot savanna fires to one more dominated by cool fires. And you can see there that it's predominantly in the areas with Indigenous savanna fire projects where you get the green areas. So the savanna fire management projects, as you know, it involves savanna burning in early dry season when temperatures are cool, but it also can involve wildfire suppression in the late dry season too. Sorry, next slide. So some of the key lessons emerging from this year's forum, which was held in February and held online, was just recognition of the immense value of partnerships and the growing number of partnerships across the industry, and increasing recognition of Indigenous fire management more generally, as well as the impact of climate change and how that is bringing more extreme fire weather, and again just underlying and underscoring the need to support Indigenous fire management. Every forum highlights, and as today's does too, that it's a fast-paced and rapidly growing space, which means we need to make sure we're communicating really well and keeping across what each other are doing and working in a collaborative way, and that the biggest outcome from the forum always is one of collaboration, and it really is really inspiring to hear and to see all of the incredible partnerships and the collaboration that's happening across really remote areas of Australia. Next slide. And so there was also each year we give some updates about carbon markets, and I'll be hosting a workshop more in detail later today on those topics. So if we can keep moving. And so also I'm really happy to announce that we will again be hosting the Fire Forum in February next year. Unfortunately, it will be online due to the impact of COVID. It's still very obviously quite uncertain, and so we're not sure about whether interstate travel will be possible at that point. So it will be online, and we encourage you to send in your videos and presentations so we can support you all to share your amazing work. And we're also happy to announce that the first National Indigenous Carbon Industry Forum will be held the following day, which will have more updates about the industry. Sorry, next slide. We're currently scoping the Indigenous carbon industry more generally as part of the network, expanding its scope from North Australia and the Savanna fire management methods to include other carbon methods around Australia. So we've found that there's 33 Indigenous-owned Savanna carbon farming projects across the north, and there's 4 Indigenous-owned projects in other methods, particularly in the human-induced regeneration method. Sorry, next slide. We've also done some work with our members about what the key drivers of their projects are, and as I was mentioning earlier, really collaboration and knowledge sharing is always a key driver. Managing fire for healthy country and cultural values, and really the independent revenue that comes from the carbon credits is really a means to an end in that it generates all of these incredible outcomes around self-determination and employment that everybody has spoken about today. Sorry, and we've also done surveys with our members to find out how groups are investing their revenue from their carbon projects, and unsurprisingly, operational costs were the highest, where the main investment area, because fire management is very expensive. The second one was employment, which is really important because it shows how groups are creating new jobs on country, planning, access to country, supporting intergenerational knowledge through cultural camps and cultural firewalks, infrastructure, and there's many others there you can see there too. So I keep going through. So overall, our survey of members found that carbon projects directly increase the capacity of Indigenous land management organisations, which is a pretty amazing outcome. And so it's really inspiring to hear everybody's stories about the different outcomes from their projects. So it really just highlights that developing agreed, clearly articulated, measurable values, protocols and aspirations supported by transparent and accessible decision-making structures are really important, and that then enhances the benefits that groups are able to achieve through the carbon industry. As was mentioned earlier, there's been a huge rise in the price, and that has meant that the value of the industry has rapidly increased as well with that. So the price of the carbon credits on the voluntary market has more than doubled in the past year, which means that this industry is now worth around $53 million a year, and also generating a lot of other outcomes, as I mentioned earlier. So if we keep moving, thank you. Yeah, so this just shows the price jump, which is, as Darryl referred to, basically in recognition that climate change is here and governments around the world are legislating for higher target cuts to greenhouse gas emissions. Australia is yet to do that in a substantial way, but it does support the Emissions Reduction Fund, which has favoured a lowest price. So the price on the government market is around nearly $17, so if you go to the next slide. Whereas the price on the corporate market is around $40. So we've seen a massive hike in the price on the value on the corporate market, and that means that it now makes a lot more sense to sell to the voluntary market than it did a year or two ago. So in terms of future opportunities on the horizon, we're really pleased that the government has agreed to review the Savanna fire management methods next year, and there'll be a talk about that tomorrow, so I won't go too much into that, but it will include new carbon pools, which will basically mean that there'll be more carbon credits generated from the save activity. There's also a new method, the blue carbon tidal restoration method, that's now being finalised with the Clean Energy Regulator and will be released shortly. That measures the carbon benefit of removing a barrier such as a bund or a seawall to the tide, and the carbon benefit of restoring the natural tidal flow to the coastal floodplain. We're also looking at opportunities to include feral animal management in that method, and there's new soil carbon methods have been released and there is funding available to help groups to manage the cost of testing, soil testing, and so we'll be continuing to support groups next year to understand the opportunities and risks of engaging in the carbon market, and we'll be doing the workshop later today, and we'll also be publishing more resources on our website and creating some videos that you can share with your members. And we'll be continuing to advocate for Indigenous rights and interests in carbon. To that end, we have published a guide on best practice guidelines to seeking free, prior and informed consent from Indigenous communities for carbon projects. This is now endorsed as best practice in the Industry Code of Conduct through the CMI, the Carbon Market Institute, and sorry if we just keep going through. That's critical because that we have also, it's really notable that we have seen a massive jump in the number of carbon projects registered by non-Indigenous companies and organisations. And a lot of those are on, well, some of them are on Indigenous lands, and they're yet to obtain consent. So the regulator allows for projects to be registered for a period of between 2 or 5 years, depending on the method, prior to registration. So we're advocating that consent should be obtained before the project is registered. That's really important because that is the key that unlocks all these amazing opportunities for Indigenous groups. So in summary, it's a significant growing Indigenous-owned and led industry. The Indigenous carbon industry is market leaders, and Indigenous carbon credits are highly sought after on the voluntary market, and corporate buyers are willing to pay a premium price for Indigenous carbon credits. Increasingly, Indigenous rights and interests in carbon are becoming more recognised in the industry, which is really great to see. Corporates want to partner directly with Indigenous groups to support social and environmental investments beyond carbon. And there's also a range of additional benefits that Indigenous carbon projects generate that are yet to be fully recognised. So I'll finish up there, and then my contact details if you want to get in touch, and our website, and hope to see you online at the Fire Forum in February.
Thanks Firesticks Alliance and ICIN for their presentations. Now it's time to move to our first workshop session. Just before we go, if you're doing the NAFI session, in the middle of your table there was some QR codes with the Wi-Fi password. So if you haven't already jumped on the Wi-Fi, it'll be useful if you're going to be in the NAFI session so you can follow along with the app and things like that. So that NAFI session's in the Jardine room. I think it's, if everyone's looking, it's the password's training 7. It should be on a sticker on the QR codes on your table. So that workshop is in the Jardine room, which is right at the top of the stairs. Another workshop upstairs is with Jeff Lipsett Moore, and that's titled Thinking About Better Ways to Manage Business on Country. That workshop's in the Palmerston room upstairs. If you are in that room, can I ask you to use the hallway on the right-hand side of the stairs to get to the Palmerston room at the back. And in here we'll have Firesticks Alliance workshop, tools for assessing and monitoring country. So these workshops go for an hour, and then we'll have a half an hour afternoon tea break, and then roll on to our second workshops. So if we could all just head off to our workshops now, that'd be great.
watch is going to change over time. And I want you to map that country using that. You guys over here, you've only got a few pens, a pretty big group. Sorry, you didn't tell me I had like 120 people. So there's some pens in here, a few different colours. And you've got the same job. So you can open this out, comes a big page, this can take turns, and I want you all as a group to observe things. So when you come back, I want you to actually talk when you're doing it. Alright. Is everybody pretty clear about their job? Okay, with the iPad people, this is a bit trickier. In here, the passwords are all zero, it's really easy. There's a little thing with an arrow called fulcrum, and some of you might go to Ben's talk tomorrow. So this is an app building tool, and in here we have some apps, and we're going to do the cultural fire management pre, during and post assessment. So one of the things I heard this morning even about the spark model was it's really hard to get an ignition point from anyone. It's amazing. One GPS, one thing, really difficult to get. When you're on the fire ground and you're doing things before, during and after, you need teams of people and you need to work together. So you can't all be the one with the fire. Some of you have got other jobs to do. And part of that knowledge map that we showed earlier on the screen there shows all those different roles and responsibilities we have for fire. So my job's getting the camp. That was my biggest job for a long time, until I graduated to actually being able to burn something. So once I understood how fire worked in a fireplace, I could understand why, when we had hazard reduction and standing sticks that are pretty much dead, why they would catch fire again. Why a fire can travel through there. So cultural fire is not about reducing the hazard. It doesn't see the bush as a hazard. It's much more connected, and I ran out of time to be able to show you a lot of photos where at this time of year, we've got green country when we're coming into the summer season. That's what cultural fire is about. It's not about reducing the hazard. It's not about creating a standing dead fireplace. It's about actually greening up that country, and the timing needs to be just right. And in order to do that, you need to be good at observation. You don't need fancy tools. I do have another one in here. After I had a bigger group, I was going to get you to go out and monitor the wind for half an hour. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? But there was this young girl that we're training. She's been monitoring a dew every day. That's her thing. She just wants to look at the dew. What's happening with the moon? Where's that going? So then now she's got a kestrel. She's monitoring with a kestrel. Now we're asking her to look at the moon cycles. What's happening with the moon and that dew? What's the relationship between those two things? So on here, once you get in there, and Carla can help as well, and I'll come out to your group too, because you'll need a little bit more technical help, is we're going to choose this app and we're going to work through it. Now there's only one trick that's in here. North, east, south, west photos. You've got to take 8 of them. Pick a middle point and take it from there and take it from the outside back in. If you get lost, just take 8 random photos because it won't let you go forward unless you take 8. Okay? So, what time is it? Okay. So what we're going to do now in our group, just pick yourselves up, just stay together, because the other thing about fire management, you got to know where your group is, right? And particularly when you're in remote areas, you can't just run off and leave your mates behind. You think the old people do that? No. You've got to wait. Your slowest person is your fastest person. Okay? Well, if you go out to this little piece of bush here, and let's see what you come back with, because you've also got to share it when you come back. Oh, okay.
You better be able to tell a story about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're just getting ready to move to our next workshop session. So there has been a slight change to the agenda. What we had as workshop 3 is coming up now. The list on the door is the correct list for what you registered for. We have at the top of the stairs in the Jardine room, we have ICIN with their workshop on understanding the carbon market. In this room, we have Aidan from FNQ Spatial doing the Sentinel fine scale mapping. And in the Palmerston room, we have Ben on my left here looking at the Fulcrum app for recording your fire data. So Jardine at the top of the stairs, that's the ICIN, Indigenous Carbon Industry Network, understanding the carbon market. And in the Palmerston room upstairs as well is the Fulcrum app. It's the recording data. If you are in this room for Aidan's presentation, I think it probably is a good idea to move forward.
Then I don't have to use the microphone. If you're going to be doing the high-res one, do you want to maybe bunch up around the front here a bit? Right, so I'm Aidan Joseph anyway from FNQ Spatial, and this is Rowan over here, my sort of assistant for today, And hopefully everyone brought their laptops to work along with. Started with an exam or low resolution MODIS mapping on the right hand side, or your left hand side, on the other side. So that's Sentinel-2 imagery up there, what the detail is. And again, that's just an example that you can find on NAFI. On the left-hand side is the MODIS mapping, and the right-hand side is the high-resolution imagery from Sentinel-2. You can see a lot of the blockiness in the MODIS, and the detail in the Sentinel is like the normal red, green and blue, and then you've got shortwave infrared, shows up the burnt areas a little bit better in the middle there, and then this middle infrared burn index on the left-hand side shows, this is actually over in the Kimberley, but an area that we used, and showing some more detail where you can use it to really pick out the gaps in the burns, you know, where there's potential for wildfire to break through later on in the year. And then this is an example of using and actually pulling out the burnt areas as a data set and overlaying on your own map. So the orange lines are incendiary lines, and the red stuff is what burnt, mapped from the Sentinel-2. And so there is lots of different places where you can get access to the Sentinel imagery. So we've got the EO browser, or the Sentinel hub, up in the top left. NASA's USGS site, where you can download the imagery from. Google Earth Engine, which is a bit more code-based, so if you're good at coding, that one's really useful. And then Land Viewer is another one similar to Sentinel Hub, but I find not quite as useful. So we're just going to look at Sentinel Hub today. So I'm just going to go to this web page now. This has like a step-by-step guide of how to get onto the Sentinel Hub and play with all the settings and download some imagery. So if you can jump on that website, it'll have the guide there for you. Hopefully everyone's got that now. So that's what should come up when you go to that site. If we go into the QGIS training, I might just point out that this is a website developed by Rowan Fisher over here, so kudos to you. So yeah, QGIS for managers, and then high resolution imagery, check your burns. Connect to the internet. To the original.
No, just to QGIS, just hover over it. Yeah, so the first look, so if you just click on the first link, QGIS, it'll go to that introductory site, and then it shows you how to work with vector data and raster data, which are those two sublinks. But then the one down the bottom, QGIS for fire managers, I developed it with that, with funding from WWF for work that I'm doing in the Kimberley. So the data sets for this QGIS for fire managers, it says Kimberley was developed for those Kimberley projects, but the processes and the ideas are the same. So you can just use that. But I do really like to develop content for the place where I'm working. So it might be good, at some stage for me to adapt that using Cape York specific sort of locations, which are pretty easy to adapt. And so within that QGIS for fire managers Kimberley, a subset is just this one page that we're basing this training on today, which is about accessing these harvest sites.
Right, so yep, we'll go to that link, and then if you can have a quick scroll through it and see the, you know, the step-by-step process. But I thought we would try and do this sort of slowly and go through it slowly, and everyone join in, hopefully.
So there's the step-by-step processes, and then right down the bottom there's also a video as well, which goes through the processes. So under Aidan's excellent tuition now, hopefully you'll get it all, but if you don't, then that's the point of that site, so you can go back and go to the step-by-step, or
You click on that link, it brings up this page, and then you can go start exploring just to get to Cape York, or you can pan, just drag the map to the location that you want to go to, zoom into an area, and then you choose your satellite that you want to look at over here. So Sentinel-2, which is the good one for the high-res fire mapping. And just click, before you do that, you choose your satellite and then choose the date that you want to do. So the time range will be the most recent week on there by default, but you can change that to whatever you want if you want to look at imagery from last year or something like that, most recent ones. And it'll bring up the panels here that you can click on, the 20th of November. As a true color, which just looks at, so the satellite imagery has a whole bunch of different bands in the light frequency range. So it starts with bands 4, 3 and 2, which are the red, green and blue. So it's the natural looking image, what you would probably see from space if you were up there yourself. But then on the left hand side you've got a bunch of different preset combinations that you can look at, and the SWIR one down here is probably the best one of those options for looking at fire. We've got Rowan wandering around. If anyone needs a bit of help with it, just put your hand up. All right, I'll move on a little bit. So once you've gone into your area, you found an image that you like, a band combination that you like to make the fire scars sort of to pop out. The other thing you can do, and if you're zoomed in close enough, it'll show you which days have imagery for that area. So I can change that from the 20th to the 15th of. Is anybody stuck on that, or everyone happy to move on? Pause for a minute. All right, well, while we're doing that, I'll just point out that if you go back to the step-by-step page, it does have some pretty detailed steps in there. Is anybody stuck? Want a hand? Yeah. All right, so I think most people have got up to that stage. So in the step-by-step process, the next one is how to download the imagery, which you may not be able to do yet because you have to create an account and sign in before you can download imagery, but that's pretty straightforward and it's free to do. So once you do that, you can log in up here. Sign in, and then over on the right hand side there's a few there's a whole bunch of different options that you can use. So a basic one, just to download the image if you want to email it to someone or have it as a display in a PowerPoint or report or something like that. You can go to the analytical option and download a JPEG, KMZ for Google Earth, or a TIFF file, which you can open up in a GIS like QGIS or Esri. And then by default it will have SWR checked because that's what you're viewing in the map. You can choose other ones to download or choose individual bands, and then download it and bring that into your GIS once it's downloaded. So note is the format, and then the the size, the resolution size, you change that low, and it changes the resolution down here, 178 metres per pixel, compared to high, 44 metres. So that will change depending on how far you're zoomed in on the image with Sentinel Hub. That's one of the drawbacks of Sentinel Hub. I don't know if we need to go any further into that process, or maybe. Has anyone got QGIS or an account with Sentinel and they want to go through that process? No? Yeah, all right. We've got plenty of time. Let's try and create an account and download an image and bring it into GIS. So, log out. You can create an account. I've already got an account, so you would click the button and go to sign up and then enter your details like normal. Maybe we'll just pause here and come around and help if anyone needs help with that. Yep. Who needs help signing in? Yep. I was. Yeah, yeah. Next stage. All right, so the next stage, once
So you'll find on EO Browser, the imagery doesn't come in necessarily exactly the same day. There can be up to a 2-day delay in between when the satellite goes over and you can pull this imagery down. But, and the other main, I guess, restriction using this method, it is by far the easiest method, but the other restriction is that, as Aidan was showing, you can't download a very, very large area at that 3 metre resolution. You sort of need to zoom into specific property or a fire of interest, and then you can download it at 15 to 20 metre resolution. So there are a couple of restrictions to this method, but yeah, it's by a lot easier than the other approach you can access this.
yeah, so that I'm zoomed out to there, the best resolution you can download is 178 metres.
So basically they're limiting the sort of amount of pressure you're putting on their servers by limiting the amount you can download in one time. But that shouldn't be a big issue for most property managers. You should be able to download them up to 8 property at a reasonably high level. And the fact that it's 2 days late or a day or 2 late is a bit annoying, but it still does mean if you get in the habit, every 5 days, even if it's 2 days late, you should be able to set your area and download this high resolution image. And it's like we talked about before, it's not a map, it hasn't been mapped burnt or unburnt, but you can pull that into your GIS or whatever and put your flight lines up 2 days after you've done a flight, the satellite's passing over, and get a very good look at how contiguous your burns are and if there's breaks and all of that sort of stuff. So not so good for reporting at the end of the season, but that operational sort of stuff, it's a really simple, convenient thing to be able to do. Well, you can pay agents to report you.
All right, so hopefully there's some accounts being made by now. I'll just close that and start again. So you've signed in, you've chosen your area that we want to download or zoomed into it. Then we go to the download image button, choose analytical.
So what can you get in the basic version? What does that do?
I think it's just
It just downloads
just like a screenshot, basically.
So the key difference between basic and high-res print and analytical is if you press that analytical button, it downloads a geo-referenced image. That's right.
Yep, which you can bring into your GIS. So there's a few options: JPEG, PNG.
You can get no geo-reference, but that's not what you want.
Yeah, so I choose TIFF 16-bit.
So is that the best?
The 8-bit limits the number of values that you can have in the TIFF, so 16-bit works for me.
Yep.
And then I choose high for the best resolution, and just leave the coordinate system at what they've got. So it's going to download it at 44 metre resolution, which is double what it can be, but...
So if you want it to be higher resolution, you just have to zoom in a little bit on the screen, is that right?
Correct, yep. And then download.
As I said, all of these steps and the video are on that website, so if you use it today, So this is the TIFF file, but you can download it as a KML, which you need as well, because if you've got Google Earth Engine, or you can download as KML, so you can open straight into Google Earth Engine. If you've got other KML layers, you can just grab the editing, so you don't actually need GIS. And there is a way also, which we haven't shown you yet, that if you investigate the workings of that, you can also get hotspots on Google Earth. That's right, isn't it? Yes, you can. Yeah, so we theoretically pull the NAFI hotspots on Google Earth and have this imagery on Google Earth as well, so you can be monitoring both at the same time.
Possibly. So yep, shoot, and then just put download it wherever you're going to download it. And then you can open your GIS, QGIS in this case. And then you can just drag it in QGIS, can't you? Drag it in there, and there it is in your map. And then you can put all your other layers, like your roads or your burn lines or whatever it is that you have over the top of that. I do. Okay, so yeah, then we've got, so open up the NAFI WMS, which everybody should have. Put the NAFI fire scars on there, and that's what the NAFI scars look like. It's a bit hard to see with that colour. So you can see the difference in detail there again. The NAFI stuff is using the Modus 250 metre resolution.
So then you take a screenshot and you send it to Amy and say, look, you missed that little bit up there.
There's a pixel missing. Yeah. All right, so... Yeah. Yeah. All right, so once you've done that, what you might want to do is look at the fire scars with a different band combination, and we'll go back to that Merby one that we looked at before. So, middle infrared burn index. So going back to the step-by-step process, we have a simple script here that you can use. So copy that. And then we go to custom script and remove that part that they've put in there. And paste that one. That one doesn't work, of course. Okay, just ignore that. I'll do a different one. Oh, that's given it in a negative colour. Fire scars are white in that one. Minus that one. Okay, so that doesn't look as good. This script is a lot more complex, but it makes the fire scars black. I might have to update that web page.
So one of the things about, so that shortwave infrared uplink does highlight the fire scars quite well compared to some of the other band combinations, but the scars will fade over a month or two, depending on how much rain you get and other factors. This combination here, the middle infrared burn index, uses a couple of bands, and it just really brings out those burn areas really well, and will make them clear for a little bit longer. And it's that process of copying and pasting, but obviously there's a slight problem with the copy and paste bit on the web page, which I will fix.
So just to compare, you can click the back button and go and have a look at the SWR again. So that was what we were looking at before, and go back into custom, and it brings the Merby one back up. And then you can go through the same download process, download that image. And you'll see that the SWR one's not checked now. Now it's the custom combination, custom visualization. Choose that. Download that one. And then back into QGIS and bring that in again. So again, you can look at the NAFI compared to high res. So that's a bit annoying that the code in the web page doesn't work, so nobody else can look at it on their own computer at the moment. But we'll have to get that fixed up at some stage. Oh, you're doing it now? Rowan's doing it right now. So, does anyone want some help or have some questions at this stage with where to go? Yep, I'll come over.
If I just show you something quickly here, I worked out what the problem was, and I'll fix it online. I just need to log into my computer over there, but it was a very simple and stupid mistake on my part. But it's really, if you go back to here and you copy this, and then you go in and you need to open this custom script one here, and you paste that in. Somehow in the transcription, this minus turned into a dash or something. So if you just delete that and make that a minus again, and then there just needs to be a semicolon at the end. So I'll fix that online, but that will now work. So it was a very, very minor change, but I'll fix that online as well. So when you copy and paste it in, it will work.
Yeah, so sorry, we've just found another error, but it seems to work now if you change the little b to a capital B. And then it should work once you've changed the minus to a dash and put a semicolon on the end. Dash to a minus. Yep. So I find it useful with that little short bit of script, instead of trying to remember it, just copy it into a notepad text document, so you can copy it from there, save it on your desktop or something. Yeah, so, yep, I think that's time to wrap it up. But if anyone's got any quick last-minute questions, happy to come around and help. But otherwise, thank you. Hopefully, everyone can remember that or has saved everything on their favourites that they need. No worries.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've just got one final presentation for this afternoon. Neil Parker from QFES has had to go to respond to a fire. So the Gambir Yadinji Cultural Heritage Group have kindly offered to step forward from tomorrow morning. And Neil and Aaron Regan will present first thing tomorrow. We'll just give everyone 2 minutes to get back in. Thanks for hanging in there, everyone. It's been a long day. I hope it's been somewhat helpful. As mentioned before, Neil Parker from QFES has had to go respond to a fire. So the Gambir Yadinji Cultural Heritage and Protection Group have agreed to move their presentation forward from tomorrow morning. So we've got Jai and Kylie here. Thanks very much, and yeah. Oh, and the rest of the crew.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jai Joseph. I'm Director Coordinator of Gambir Yadinji, and I'd just like to start off with acknowledging our ancestors past and present and emerging, and everyone's ancestors, for without them none of us would be here sharing today. So thank you all for being here. I'd just like to do a response to the welcome to country this morning. Bilanguran, Najandira Gurbanyo of the Wajambara Yadinji would like to come here and acknowledge everyone's ancestors and the grounds that we stand on today. So thank you all very much. I think this is already moving. Yep. Okay, so we're just here to tell a little bit of a story about our journey. We've been in this space for probably about 7 to 8 years, gradually moving forward. Oops, yeah, we're having a bit of an issue. Okay. So just a little bit about who we are. Gambir Yadinji members are all traditional owners and are comprised of 4 teams: a men's senior team, a men's senior team, a men's junior team, a women's senior team, and a women's junior team. We have 6 directors, officers, and Gambir Yadinji is a non-profit organisation with the community engagement approach to cultural awareness, preservation and continuance. So we started off with a desecration of one of our cultural heritage sites, and a group of us got together and we got hold of DATSIP, Department of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships, who helped us then protect up to 56 sites on our country. But the first initial one, the destruction, was what brought us together, and we ended up successfully fixing that problem through the courts, and from that point on we decided that we would stick with DATSIP and try and promote the Cultural Heritage Act throughout the Cape. So that was our main role and how we began. And yeah, so a little bit up there, and so our main goal is to make sure that cultural continuance is involved with the cultural site. So for us, we can say there's a cultural site, but unless people are engaging with that site, the culture's not continuing and we lose that culture. So part of what we decided to do, that once we became cultural heritage and we wanted to protect culture, our main goal was then to start practicing culture. And one of the first things that we were introduced to at a Firesticks forum, and we were sent by our elders to go to the Cape. Go up there and go and see what the mob are doing up there in regards to their cultural burns. And that's where we went up and we engaged with a fair few groups, and we ended up realising that we wanted to practice traditional fire, and that was going to be our mainstay. We decided that we wanted everything to be culturally appropriate, so we made sure that we had a men's and women's team, because straight away we had to abide by our traditional laws. So whenever we start looking at a fire, it's always under those cultural lenses. So yeah, we have Tom, Rangi, myself, Kylie, Zara and Arlene. We're the senior directors of Gambir. Well, I suppose we've been active since 2017, and the story we're going to share with you is that progression through how we actually achieved a cultural burn for the first time in our area. So we'll move to the next slide. So we realised real quick that talking from the outside about fire and not being involved with any of the organisations burning on our country was talking on deaf ears. And we were quite aware that if you want to make change, you need to get inside these organisations. So we ended up looking on our country, seeing all the different organisations that were burning, and then we volunteered ourselves to go along with them. and to learn how each of these different groups burns our country as observers to begin with. We knew that it was too soon in the beginning. It was all introductions, building up that trust and relationship with these organisations. So we went, and the 5 main groups were Rural Fire, Queensland Parks, Derm, Tablelands Regional Council, and we had our pastoralists. So Gambir Yadinji realised, like we said, you can only make change from the inside. So we actually, some people thought this was a bit crazy, but we went out and we ended up volunteering and engaging with all the services that we could on country. So members of Gambir are active members in Rural Fire, SES and Army Reserves. So everyone that you've seen up there is engaged as a member full-time with one of these organisations. So through our cultural heritage work, we did a lot of cultural awareness training, which took us into all these different governmental agencies that were requiring an insight into of the local areas and how to engage proper with Indigenous communities. One of our biggest partners at this point in time is the ADF. It was through the ADF that we're able to reach community. It was through the ADF that we helped with the recruitment in Indigenous communities, and it was there where we started to cross-pollinate the idea of, hey, have you done fire? Or vice versa, hey, have you joined the army? And this is where we ended up finding that Indigenous communities really were excelling. I think when we started with the Army, there was only 10% within the Army Reserves of Indigenous. To date now, we're over 55%. And we saw how the inclusion of us going out there doing this work actually rose those numbers, and we decided that if we want capacity out on country to fight fire, we need to go out there and make sure it's there with the people. So that became our priority. We started to look at what we would consider to talk about with all these groups when it came to cultural burning, to try and get that universal understanding. And to us, it was broken up into a few different, 3 different sections that we wanted to focus on. The first is the research of past landscapes of our areas, working closely with the traditional owners of an area proposed for a cultural fire. Land management and getting traditional owners back out on country, playing a key role in the reintroduction of traditional fire and its monitoring. Second was work with your stakeholders and community partners to ensure safe reintroduction of traditional fire techniques with the ongoing training and operational support, especially when it comes to conducting your first rehabilitation fire. And our goal is to keep burning yearly in a mosaic pattern to ensure local fauna and flora are given the best chance to recover. So we've heard this in a lot of the talk so far about making sure that we don't just burn out the landscape. These animal refuges are so important, and in some of the workshops that we went around, it was reinforced about that this is a concern by a lot of people. So we were lucky enough to talk with it took about 5 years, do you think, of working voluntarily with all the different groups that you've just seen there. We developed great relationships. They saw that we were a proactive group. They saw that we weren't waiting around for funding or government agencies. We didn't have a ranger program. So basically all the qualifications and experience we gained was through our own voluntary engagement with every one of these groups. So once we became Rural Fire, we went through all the training there, and then we had to do the emergency stuff with the SES. We've actually got the Indigenous SES representative here. If you want to join, it's a good idea for those that want to expand themselves. And just to also show that we are all in this fire business together. We always say that fire doesn't care what colour you are, it will burn you the same. So you need to understand that in Australia that we all have to be engaged in fire. So around 2020, we had accumulated our training, we developed our relationships, and we were lucky enough to meet Lisi, who's presented here today, and she lives in our traditional area, and one of her dreams on the property that she has was, it used to be a majority cattle area, but she always wanted to rehabilitate it back to that traditional state, and she always had the eye to know that it was through the traditional burn techniques that this would happen. And we met 2017 and progressed that relationship to the point where we were able to go out to this landscape, and we were one of the first groups to get a permit to light. If you look at it carefully, it's actually quite open, and this was to allow us to burn at the right time when we chose to. So that engagement and relationship with Rural Fire was so important to gain the trust of our competency. Once we were able to do that, they basically allowed us to look at this area and burn it when we needed to in that window of opportunity. So that's one of the first things we really need to do with engaging with our stakeholders, is to ensure that the cultural idea of observation and when an initiation of burns is controlled by the traditional owners on the land. Quinlan's was the property. It's very important to the Atherton Tableland, especially to the Wajambara people. My grandmother was born on the creek that runs through this healing spring. So for us, it was a perfect match in heaven. Lisi found an Indigenous fire team that was ready to go, and we were ready to go. So we went out and we did our first burns. And we always knew, especially from the information from the Cape mobs, who a lot of us have been training together over the last 12 months, and we all were aware that the country was in most places unhealthy. So it was quite aware to us that before you actually do a traditional cultural burn, or if that's your objective, you first need to do a reset burn. Something that can, and these reset burns, the first burns usually burn quite hot, a lot of fuel, hasn't been looked after. So we always make people aware that during this first burn, take good note of your country, of what's there, expect losses in some of the trees and fauna around. Unfortunately, that's something that happens because due to bad land management in the past. Our goal is to create a level plain where we can reset that bit of land and continue ongoing yearly mosaic burning from that point. So we ended up doing some work with Lisi and Firescape, looking at fire monitoring and GSI training. We worked with Firesticks and Pete and Vic to come down and help us look at the country and identify the different areas. And in the end, we started working with Mick Blackman from Fire Friendly Ecology. We met in 2017 at one of these very forums, where we all seem to have the aligned idea of trying to bridge these two worlds the best we can, because that's the future of fire. So yeah, Firescape Science, Firesticks, Fire Friendly, and also Parks and Rural Fire. The Rural Fire one didn't come up properly, but yeah, they were all our partners in this burn, and they were more than happy to see this happen for the first time in 200 years on this block of land. So we were really proud to work with everyone. Key things that we needed to do first before we even looked in terminology in regards to a cultural burn was that you have to assess the country, and the best way to do that is with your old people, for the traditional owners, and even organisations look for them elders. Like Uncle Gudja was saying, in some areas, European contact's only been in the last 100 years. So we do still sort of have elders within that gauge group that remember what the landscape was like, remember when the elders burnt, remember what foods were in season at that time. These are those keys to get your fire circle happening, and you really need to understand each of those things. And each area has its own different cycle. It's quite apparent to us. We've been travelling all over the Cape. Each group seems to know their cycle quite well, and it's encouraging to see that people are actually working off their own environmental cycles. So just on the side here, when it came to it, we talked to our elders as much as we could. We ended up going through documents of old pastoralists, memories, reports in newspapers, just to get an idea. And what we found is that a lot of pastoralists in the beginning actually waited till the traditional owners, they saw the smoke. And then the pastoralists would actually start burning because they saw the positive results on their grazing grounds. And then after a while, the traditional owners weren't burning, a lot of the pastoralists fell out of sync, laws and that changed, pastoralists ended up not doing as much work as they used to. But in the beginning, it was basically simultaneously. One group would start burning, the other would too. So we ended up getting as much information about this area. We were lucky that this is one of our native tidal areas. It's the Maslin's now been protected under Cultural Heritage and World Heritage. And a lot of the stories we were lucky to get. And like we said, that's probably one of the hardest things. And is to get the old people to talk again. Some are ready to talk, some you need to take out on country and encourage, but once they get that trigger, the wealth of information that comes out is crazy. So we also went out with Firesticks. There was a little video on the side there where we went out to do a pre-burn observation. So we went out and we monitored every landscape, what animals, plants, species, foods and medicines, and we documented that. And then we related that to what the elders said that the landscape was like, which gave us a picture of where we wanted to end up. The monitoring that Peter Stanley has too that helped us, it also gives us that ongoing record, so for future funding or any kind of acknowledgement to the traditional burns, we had a good recording. And as you can see, we went through with the burn. Rural fire came, but they ended up just standing there because in the end, us traditional owners took the ground and they were there as more of a risk management. Even though we're rural fire, we were in a cultural burning space, so we worked together. And the rural fire team from the Atherton Tablelands and Tinaroo are well behind us. A lot of them have been in the fire business for over 30 years, and they could see that what we were trying to do was more in line with what they had learnt out on country. So we've been really lucky with the support from parks and rural fire. So we know that some groups, you know, the communication with them's a little bit hard and different policies and ideas, but there's always common ground. There's always common ground. It just takes that time, calmness to work through the process and get it. And once we did, and we did it through a community involvement, respect-based approach. So once we got the respect of the community, we became an integral part of the community. Like we said, nobody cares what colour or who you are when their house has been flooded out or if there's a fire coming. They're just happy to see you there. And that gets that whole community engagement and working together out there as well. Sometimes it might take the traditional owner groups to take the first step and say, look, this is how it's going to go. We need to partner. And yeah, so that's where we ended up. The burn at Queensland's went awesome, except for the fire truck that was there to support us got bogged in the first 5 minutes, so we ended up having to manage the fire on foot with all of us, and we did it. And that just showed that still, you know, it's great to have the firefighting equipment and so forth, but, you know, 10 Murrays with a twitch stick could also put out and redirect a fire just as quick. So, yeah, Rural Fire was quite amazed that, you know, when it came to that point and things went into that risk management, we were able to respond and actually contain that fire. So we did our burns. We're all quite happy with this. To tell you the truth, it was an honour to be able to do this on our own country, and it was just awesome that Lisa allowed us, and this relationship has developed. And this is where we talk about that relationship with pastoralists. We were really hoping there was going to be more here, because we hope that stories like this encourage that trust foundation to start. A lot of them are reserved because that communication isn't there and they just really don't know who they're talking to. So in our mind, get out there and meet as many people as you can who are involved in fire in your country, because once they know who you are and if you've got the qualifications, you'll tend that they will appreciate the help. We know that Parks was actually struggling, and now we're able to add 12 more people and 4 more units to assist in any fires in their areas. Once they did that, once they knew that we were capable, now we're involved with most of their fires on country. So it's all about trying to build that relationship. We realise that, you know, we're trying to bring one of the oldest fire practices in the world to one of the most infant ones, the newest ones, and there's this massive gap. But if we're both walking together, it's towards each other, it's good. Just no more of this going our separate ways. It's all everyone's business. So, yeah, we'll go to the next one. So, using that reset burn, we actually come a long way. So that was in 2020. 2021 took a big change for us. We ended up partnering with Mick Blackman because one of the first things we realised out of the 2017 forum is that everyone was talking about aspirations and great things out there, but we all knew that the capacity, the people out there with the qualifications just weren't there. So we could dream as much as we want, but until we started to work on the capacity of the people, this was all going to stay as aspirations. So we met Mick Blackman at one of these forums, and Fire Friendly Ecology, if you don't know what he does, he consults land management, but it does a lot of accredited training for FMS Fire 1, 2 and incinerary burning, and we kind of joined him on his journey through the Cape. He's been servicing the Cape since 2000 and, when was that, Mick? 2009. So Mick had already had a great foundation up there, but he also realised too he needed help. There was a lot of communities asking for this training, and we saw that the best way to build capacity is to join and to get into the training side of things and actually go out to the remote communities. There's a lot of the groups here that we've actually worked with over this last year, and like we just want to say from Gambir, it's been an honour to work with all of you. To us, what yous are doing is helping all of us fulfil our dream, and so it inspires us with every group that we go to. I think this year, assisting Mick, I think we've done nearly over 138 qualifications or rangers are now qualified to burn. So we're meeting our target. So we've got to the point now where in the last couple of months, I'd just like to announce that Gambir Yadinji Fire Practitioners has been established. We're a PTY limited business. We do large-scale land management, and we also do accredited training in FMS 1 and 2 and helicopter incinerary. So we're really proud to actually present this. We're now an independent business, and we hope that we'll be seeing you and continuing the training into the future with as many as we can. Yeah, we feel that the priority is to keep training in the Cape. Make sure that everyone has access to the same training that they have in the cities, but better. And that's what we excel for. So thanks to all our partners and all those that have supported us over the 7 years. There's a lot in this room. And for those that we're just meeting, hello, and I hope to see you all a lot more in the future. So thank yous very much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I think that was a fantastically positive way to end the day. So thank you very much to all the Gambir Yadinji Cultural Heritage and Protection Group. Really appreciate your input today. That's about it for today. We have dinner back here at 7 o'clock. The bar will be open at 6:30 to purchase a few drinks before dinner, but yeah, dinner's back in this room at 7. Hope to see some of you then, and otherwise we're back here tomorrow 8:30 for a 9 o'clock start, so presentations will start at 9, and if tea and coffee will be available beforehand. But thanks to everyone, and thanks for hanging in there, and I think it was a good day, and we'll catch you tonight, and if not, tomorrow. Thank you.